Um, I'm going to take the opportunity now to introduce our first speaker, Sean Bennett, who's the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Oil and Gas for DOE. In that role, Sean administers the oil and gas programs, including research and development, analysis, and natural gas regulation. Sean has more than a decade of experience in public affairs and government relations in the coal, oil, and natural gas industry. Most recently, he was the Executive Vice President of the Ohio Oil and Gas Association, right next door to me, which is also a non-profit trade association that is dedicated to representing Ohio oil and gas producers. Prior to joining UGA, the Ohio Oil and Gas Association, Sean was Director of Strategic Communications for FTI Consulting from 2011 to 2014. And he worked with business leaders, elected officials, and residents in Eastern Ohio and Pennsylvania regarding safety and economic development benefits of oil and natural gas exploration. And before that, from 2005 to 2011, he was the government affairs manager for the Ohio Coal Association. He has and holds a BS from Ohio University, just about 30 miles from where I grew up. It is my distinct pleasure to introduce my great friend and colleague, Sean Bennett.
Oh, thank you, Charlie. And really want to thank the IOGCC for having me today, Lori, and all the great work the staff has done here, especially over these awkward times of COVID. And Commissioner Christian, thank you very much for all the work that you do, and Governor Burgum as well. I mean, the IOGCC is always one of those entities that even my time with the Oil and Gas Association, or even my time with FTI, I always wanted to make sure that I made time to come to those meetings because they're so informative and very insightful on seeing what other states are doing to really understand, oil and gas regulatory systems, as well as, just the state of the industry. And it's very beneficial to have that organization running strong. Really, as I talked today, here about a month ago, we released our oil and gas benefit study, and it was entitled U.S. Oil and Natural Gas Providing Energy Security and Supporting Our Quality of Life. And we actually have some hard copies here in the office for those of you like me who enjoyed that, other than getting it off the web. But if you do, go to energy.gov under the Fossil Energy Office, and you can find the digital version. The reason we really wanted to update this report was, it goes back to 1999 when we originally created the oil and gas benefit study. Back then, we were going into a life of scarcity. But the independent oil and gas operators were really keeping the domestic oil and gas industry alive. And, we had to make sure that everybody recognized the importance that oil and gas played in their lives. And, you fast forward to today, a lot has changed, with shale development, really kind of changing our whole thought process of how we developed and utilized oil and gas in the United States over the past 20 years is nothing short of just amazing. And we also recognized with that, there were a lot of other things that came with that. There are a lot of benefits that the domestic oil and gas industry provided with jobs, job security, national security, and, really keeping energy costs low. So in this new report, we wanted to kind of update those findings that we had in 1999 with where we're at with the state of play here in 2020. And, this growth has returned enormous benefits to all Americans, enabling our modern way of life and ensuring, our energy security for many years to come. And this continued innovation that we're working on here at the Department of Energy and industry and states are working on as well, especially North Dakota, the continued innovation will be critical to sustain domestic energy supply for the future. Let's see. Oh, there we go. So really the key takeaways from this study is, oil and gas supported our lives in countless ways. Technology advancements have really just been dramatic growth over the past 20 years. And it is that energy and security benefits that we continue to see. And so, when we think about this new benefits report, it is relying on that increased domestic supply and the key advances that made it possible and those opportunities for the future. And so, where does oil and gas fall and fit into our daily life? And I don't think a lot of people recognize that oil and gas does power America's economy. Nearly 70% of all energy consumed comes from, and U.S. comes from oil and natural gas products. So historically, when people thought about coal years ago, they looked at their light socket and they thought, Well, that is where energy comes from. It comes from the coal industry. And as we've seen over the past several years, natural gas has really taken that place of coal. And Americans depend on that plentiful supply of affordable, domestically produced energy, not only to meet our basic needs, but also to provide the comforts and conveniences we come to expect in our modern lifestyle. So, our robust economy and our energy use are inextricably linked, and oil and gas account for nearly 2/3 of that, with that 70% of energy consumption. And as you kind of see here, where is it all broken up? You have transportation, industrial, commercial, and residential users. And the transportation, we all understand that it's primarily the gasoline used for cars and trucks, marine vessels, locomotives, and airplanes. Industrial uses, really to power the facilities and the equipment for producing, processing, assembling goods. And then also obviously residential, home heating, air conditioning, lighting, refrigeration, cooking in private households, and the commercial use. I mean, that's just the, providing businesses, governments, organizations, including the heating and air conditioning, so forth. So when we think about, where oil and gas has played the role today as well as the future, we have to understand that it is inextricably linked to our future, and we have to make sure that we preserve that. And so when you think about, renewables and how that's going to play in the economy, Texas is a great example of where renewable energy has played a substantial amount within their energy grid. But while the share of power produced by renewable energy sources like solar and wind is expected to grow, those do remain intermittent sources. So we all understand that when energy fluctuates, solar energy fluctuates with cloud cover and nighttime darkness. So there needs to be that reliable, secure means to provide continuous electricity. And as we all know, combined cycle natural gas fired power plants can ramp up in a matter of minutes, and they can ramp up and ramp down as the load demands. Unlike coal-fired power plants that once they're they're continuing to run. So really, that effective solution of that fast ramp up, ramp down natural gas fired power plants that can be switched on as power ramps up and ramps down is going to be imperative as people want to think about a lower carbon economy. And if that's the path that states want to go down, they have to recognize that they do need natural gas fired power plant to continue on to support that baseload generation. So natural gas supports an integrated energy system by enabling that increased development of renewables power generation while decreasing carbon emissions as well per unit of energy generated. But what's something that a lot of people don't think about are the benefits of oil and gas beyond energy. How does oil and natural gas support our modern lifestyle? They all think about electric generation, they think about heating, they think about transportation, but they don't think about how it's integral to our daily lives. The chemical components, primarily of hydrogen and carbon are found in subsurface deposits, but the hydrocarbons like ethane and and so forth are the key ingredients in plastics. And while a relatively small portion of liquid hydrocarbons, roughly about 7%, are used in non-energy products, they are synonymous with our daily lives. You look at, healthcare. I mean, I think COVID is a perfect example of where we're at here today. Imagine the amount of PPE that we're using on a daily basis. They're all primarily derived from, natural gas or oil, natural gas resources. Those plastics are. So, when you think about a replaceable hip, or you think about a stent, or all the tubes and so forth that are in the hospital, without oil and gas, we would not have the ability to have a lot of that stuff and be able to acquire that stuff in a relatively short frame. So, again, modern healthcare, it really relies heavily on the healthcare delivery. So, we understand that. And then you get into agriculture, and agriculture is really, natural gas-based fertilizers. We are at 60-year highs of crop usage and of crop productivity. And that is all because of oil and natural gas resources. So when you think about not just the fertilizer, but then you go to the greenhouse, the mulch covering, the greenhouse covering, all rely on oil and natural gas to make those products. So it is synonymous, not just modern healthcare, but also agriculture. And then you get into automotive. And I think, if you think about what our cars look like today compared to, the cars that my parents drove in the 60s and 70s. They're significantly lighter. And why are they lighter? It's because a lot of those components are derived out of plastics. And when you create a lighter car, it increases the miles per gallon. And then you also have the safety issues with the seat belts and the airbags that are all derived from oil and natural gas. And then you get into home construction, the vinyl siding, but the insulation, the windows that we rely on are very important. Home builders use many of those natural gas-based materials to create those affordable, safe, and energy efficient homes. And the consumer products, that goes without saying. Our cell phones, our computers, but even when you go to the market and you pick up a plastic bunch of tomatoes as we have in this picture, you don't think that that is derived from oil and natural gas. And then renewable energy, as I kind of said earlier, it is essential to have that baseload generation. But when you also think about the lightweight plastic components that are used in solar energy, solar panels, that is derived from hydrocarbons, or the aerodynamic turbine blades. Those are really created out of, again, high performing plastics that are created from oil and natural gas. So, we continue to see oil and gas playing a very important role, but as we all know, it's not just those living in the 34 oil and natural gas producing states that benefit directly from domestic energy production. I mean, Americans all around, from lower energy costs to, what we're also seeing with, LNG exports, increasing our energy security. It really benefits us in costless way. So, not only is it just increased revenues for states and local governments, the growing numbers of well-paying jobs, and the revitalized U.S. petrochemical manufacturing and increased commerce, this is really all kind of plays a role in what we've been able to do over the past 20 years. And we want to see that continuing to grow for many years to come. So with that, what led to this, and that was, shale oil and gas, early stage R&D that we did at the Department of Energy, partner with industry, partner with academia, really led to this. And those partnerships that we started in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, we are continuing on today with a lot of our field labs, 17 national field labs throughout the United States, to make sure that we understand what we've found. Now let's make sure we can continue to make it better, and that's very important. And artificial intelligence can continue to play a role in that. But we cannot forget about our offshore oil and gas resources as well. They provide still a significant amount of our oil and natural gas production. So how do we continue to invest in that innovation? And we saw that earlier with our floating platforms and subsea completions that were all really came out of early stage R&D to make sure that we can continue to go deeper. And with that, if they're offshore, what other opportunities are out there? And with utilizing CCUS, which is the path forward. A lot of states are looking at that. A lot of companies are looking at how to control their carbon output, and they see carbon sequestration as that future. And not only have we mapped out significantly a lot of the domestic resources here onshore in the United States, but what about looking at expanded use for CO2 for enhanced oil recovery offshore in the Gulf of Mexico? We have significant amounts of reserves out there, and we're able to serve really two missions there. One, we can capture the carbon, store it underground, but then we can enhance oil recovery from a lot of those legacy assets in the Gulf of Mexico, which will be significant to increasing the ultimate recovery out of these wells. And we're also doing that, or not only are we doing that for CCUS, but what we see with technological innovations is what we've been able to do with mitigating environmental impacts. New technologies have lowered the environmental impacts from oil and natural gas with increased levels of activity. So, multi-well drilling pads have reduced the impact per an acre. We have continued to see an increase in the reuse of hydraulic fractured produced water for fresh water and drilling and well completions. I think in PA, they're close to, in the 98th percentile of recycling their produced water, and in Ohio, I believe it's around 86. So you're really seeing companies rally around the reuse of recycling their produced water and utilizing them in subsequent operations. And then how do we continue to recycle and reuse that water for other applications, which is very important for states like Texas and Oklahoma. Oops, sorry. Somebody should have never given me the slides. But But as I continue to talk about, what are the future opportunities, talk about where we were and where we're at now, and what does the future look like, and I think it's very important as we have this conversation. I think it is, as we have these conversations of where does oil and natural gas lie in the future decades to come, and if you look at low cost renewables in a low carbon setting, if you look in business as usual cases, from 2019 to 2040 to 2050, oil stays pretty much the same, and you continue to see natural gas grow. And this is very important as we have these conversations, as states or countries want to move to a more renewable standard. You cannot sit there and stop the oil and gas industry, because we still see it playing a very important role in our energy mix for decades to come. So we have to continue to develop these resources, no matter where you stand on the climate initiative with CCUS and implementing that. You're going to get to a lot of those standards, but oil and gas is going to maintain a very prominent role within that. So, even with accounting the steady growth of renewables, oil and natural gas are still projected to account for about 70% of domestic oil production, or energy consumption for many years to come. And that's very important as we kind of think about, where we're going. So future opportunities are, from the technological innovation standpoint, we want to continue to lower the cost-effective drilling and completion approaches. It's very important that we get the well cost down, so there are more opportunities for the states to enjoy the benefits of oil and natural gas, whether through tax revenue or through the jobs and so forth. But also, cost-effectively capturing the CO2 for enhanced oil recovery. That is something from the Department of Energy standpoint. We're having several field labs dedicated to that. We've been primarily focused on shale here over the past several years. And what I wanted to do here over the past 2 years is really, how do we make sure that our conventional oil and gas producing states are realizing the same benefit? We see a lot of that through, CO2 enhanced oil recovery or other enhanced oil recovery initiatives. And then, utilizing artificial intelligence. The oil and gas industry, just in my tenure, has become a much smarter industry than when I began. We're going to continue to see that being implemented as really AI and machine learning continues to play a role in all manufacturing. And that's where we're really at with oil and gas, is really making sure that, this is a manufacturing process. It's low cost and really just extracting the resources in the ground in an expedient and efficient manner. And then also looking at methane hydrates, our friends up in Alaska, seeing if that is really a viable way of securing lower carbon energy sources for generations to come. Oops. And, again, kind of in closing, getting towards the end here, one thing that we did realize is, it is about energy security. It is about consumer savings. If you look at it, energy self-reliance makes the United States more secure. We continue to see $203 billion of annual savings to U.S. consumers, or equal to $2,500 a year for a family of four. Oil and gas producing states continue to see a significant amount of revenue being produced, even during these times of COVID and low prices. And, last year, the average direct job in the oil and gas industry averaged an average wage of about $112,000 a year. That's more than double the annual average. And in places where I'm from, in southeastern Ohio, and Charlie's from, these are jobs that aren't typically had. And they are not just life-changing, but generationally changing. And we're not only seeing that in the upstream, but as we see investments in the downstream, the petrochemical, we're seeing generational change that are going to benefit our states for many years to come. And then I can't really stress more the fact that it is on-demand power. Abundant supplies of natural gas provide a highly responsive source of power. And that is something we have to continue to keep in mind for many years to come. And, I can't stop this presentation without touching a little bit on liquefied natural gas. When I first started getting into the oil and gas industry, our export markets were Mexico and Canada, and never did we think that we were going to have LNG exports that were going to go across the globe. But now we have reached 38 countries and 5 different continents. And U.S. LNG is really, again, expanding that global availability of natural gas and driving down gas prices around the world. So, really the highlight is not only are we solving energy poverty in the United States by keeping prices low, but we are going to help relieve energy and economic poverty around the world. And that is very important when you think about all we've been able to do over the past 20 years. So, with that kind of in conclusion, our robust economy and our energy use are highly linked. And oil and gas will continue to play an important role in our nation's energy, future energy supply, and our nation's economic health and living standards. And finally, as Americans rise to kind of meet the new challenges and technological innovation, will remain at the cornerstone of our country to sustain that domestic energy that is so vital to our energy security and quality of life. So with that, I will open it up for questions.
Rich has a question.
Go. All
There we
right,
go.
I'm unmuted now. Hey,
Yep.
Sean, it's good to see you. I was curious about your thoughts concerning the future about the MPC2 studies, in particular the CO2. We're going to be talking about CO2 later on today as well. The status on that, the future administration, uh, all their thoughts about that report as well as the infrastructure report and where we're at and acceptance of that.
No, thanks, Rich. And again, I believe the CCUS study, what a phenomenal study that was. And it was it brought in everybody, and it provided, in my mind, no matter who the administration is a roadmap to CCUS. CCUS, as you kind of see from not just manufacturing, not just from the coal industry, but from manufacturing, many industrial sources. Anyone who looks at with 45Q, CCUS is going to play a prominent role for many years to come. And again, it is about making sure that we keep low cost energy. So, with the Biden administration coming in, or future administrations, what we're able to do is we took a snapshot in time and tried to plan out what does the next 30 years look like in the CCUS study. And I believe that as everybody looks back, they're going to see that that is going to be the roadmap that we have to kind of follow. And the great thing about CCUS is that the United States is a global leader in CCUS technology. And as we start rolling it out more and utilizing it for enhanced oil recovery, we're going to be able to bring down the cost and get better. So, I think 45Q enhanced oil recovery will be the first kind of generation of CCUS. And then you can start getting the storage part, but that utilization part is going to be very, very important. And then your next question about the infrastructure study. Again, I believe that with new FERC commissioners coming in here in the next administration, they're going to need something to kind of look at. And you worked on that with me, Rich, and that was a very bipartisan effort. That was a very thoughtful study. And again, the longer that we can keep rolling that out and getting that in front of people, that's something to be proud of. The realization is the United States is the envy of the world as far as natural gas and oil infrastructure goes. There's nobody out there that can best us on that. And we have to make sure that not only are we able to build out new infrastructure, but we have to maintain the old infrastructure. Because if you go back to my slides of the 70% combined of oil and natural gas meeting our energy demands, that's not going away. And so we have to make sure that we're doing it in a safer manner, a more environmentally friendly manner. And that's what really what the infrastructure study was about. It was about using technology to lower emissions. It was about using technologies to strengthen the pipes and making sure that we can go in there and in some areas look at not necessarily removing the pipe, but doing infill stuff and making sure there's more collaboration between PHMSA and ourselves, and making sure that those standards are keeping up to par. So I think both of those are not necessarily just relevant here today, but going to be relevant for many administrations to come.
Well, thank you, Sean. Greatly appreciate your thoughts and wish you the best in all your future endeavors.
No, thank you, Rich.
I have no more questions, so.
Well, I will just say, I want to thank everyone for having me here today. And, my time here has been great, and working with the IOGCC has definitely been one of the highlights. And anytime I get to see my friend Charlie Bird, it makes me happy as well. So, thank you all. And it's been great working with you.
Sean, let me say thank you for the great overview, and appreciate all that you do for us in your new role in DC. So thank you. And if I may, in continuing on our federal theme, I'm going to introduce our next speaker, Ken McQueen. Ken is the administrator for EPA's Region 6 office in Dallas. That region serves Arkansas, Louisiana, New Mexico, Oklahoma, Texas, and 66 tribes. Ken has extensive experience in public service and industry working in the South Central region of the United States on water, natural resources, and energy issues. Most recently, he served as the State of New Mexico Cabinet Secretary for Energy, Minerals, and Natural Resources Department from 2016 through 2018, where he worked to streamline rules and regulations. And I can say that on top of everything he does for Region 6, he is also EPA's National Energy Policy Advisor. Prior to his EPA activities in New Mexico, Ken served, prior to his heading New Mexico's Energy, Mineral, and Natural Resource Department, Ken served as VP at WPX Energy from 2012 through 2016, there where he managed the company's assets in New Mexico, Colorado, and Wyoming. Prior to that, from 2002 through 2011, he led Williams operations in San Juan and the Green River Basin. And during this time, he also served as an adjunct professor in petroleum engineering at the University of Tulsa. He has also served as a joint venture engineer for Vintage Petroleum Inc. from 94 through 2002, where he managed the non-operating properties across 12 states and multiple basins. Ken has also worked as a petroleum engineer for Ameretti Hess from 1982 through 1994. It is my privilege to introduce to you Ken McQueen.
Thanks, Charlie, and good morning, everyone. I really appreciate IOGCC having me on the agenda this morning. Before I begin speaking on behalf of everyone at EPA, I hope that you and your families and everyone watching here today are doing well and staying safe. Although I am very sure that we would rather meet in person, I'm glad we are still able to meet virtually. By now, I'm sure holding meetings virtually has become second nature. But I have to tell you, I'm remembering fondly our last in-person meeting at Medora last fall, hosted by Governor Burgum. And I hope we get to the point that we're able to meet in person again. I certainly miss the personal interactions of my many friends at IOGCC. I always look forward to meeting with IOGCC because everyone here is seeking ways to overcome our nation energy challenges. We had a great meeting back in July, and I hope this conference proves productive as well. The pandemic has disrupted our normal lives, but we have all found new ways of working. Despite the impacts of the virus on our daily lives, EPA has continued its day-to-day operations and mission of protecting the environment and the public health. Can you all advance to slide 2, please? Thank you. This year, in just a very few weeks, in fact, on December 2nd, EPA will be celebrating its 50th anniversary. Seems incredibly hard to believe. I just remember distinctly as a high school student when EPA was first formed, because it was the prior April where we celebrated the first Earth Day. Over the past 50 years, EPA has spearheaded some of our greatest environmental achievements and carried on our founding principles. Considering that in 1970, more than 40% of our nation's drinking water systems failed to meet even the most basic health standards. Today, over 92% of the community water systems now meet all health-based standards all the time. America also continues to be a leader in clean air progress, reducing the 6 criteria air pollutants by 73% over the past 50 years. In fact, in the last 3 years alone, we have moved 38 areas from non-attainment to attainment. And this was all achieved while the economy grew by 275%. Next slide, please. One of EPA's main goals is providing regulatory certainty, compliance, and effectiveness by evaluating and amending existing regulations. One of the areas EPA has implemented more regulatory certainty is the 2019 proposed amendments to the new source performance standards under the Clean Air Act. On August 28, 2019, EPA proposed amendments to the 2012 and the 2016 new source performance standards for the oil and natural gas industry. Those amendments were finalized on August 13, 2020. The final regulations for oil and gas sources streamline reporting requirements and reduce the regulatory burden for industry while maintaining health and environmental protection. This is especially important for small energy operators who are the backbone of the energy industry in this country. The rule represents a much larger effort to help the domestic production of energy, which in turn helps secure our country's energy independence and geopolitical security. Combined, the rules are expected to yield net benefits to the country of about $750 to $850 million between 2020 and 2030, or about $130 million a year. The rules are estimated to save the oil and gas industry 17 to 19 million a year for a total of 97 to 123 million from 2019 through 2025. These rules do two things. First, they remove from NSPS regulations the oil and gas transmission and storage segments, which were added in the 2012 and 2016 NSPS rules. Second, the amendments also rescind the 2016 methane emission limits for oil and gas production and processing segments while keeping the VOC emission limits for these segments. EPA has found the regulation of both VOC and methane emissions to be duplicative. Controls to reduce VOC emissions also reduce methane emissions at the same time, so the separate methane limitations are redundant. Here in Region 6, we are focused on compliance and new ways to help the regulated community become more effective in that area. As an example of this effort, we conducted flyovers in the Eagle Ford Shale in 2018 and the Permian Basin in 2019. This year, we're conducting flyovers in the San Juan Basin of Northwest New Mexico, the Anadarko Basin of Western Oklahoma, and the Permian Basin of Southeastern New Mexico and West Texas. To enhance EPA's ability to identify on-site emission releases, Region 6 has partnered with our state environmental regulators in Texas, New Mexico, and Oklahoma, and has deployed helicopter flyovers using optical gas imaging video cameras to identify potential non-compliance of the Clean Air Act. The goal of these flyovers is first to identify unlit flares and leaks from tanks and equipment, and then to promptly return oil and gas facilities to compliance. In 2019, the New Mexico Environment Department shared with EPA its concerns regarding the potential impact of emissions from these sources on air quality in southeastern New Mexico. As a result, in close coordination with NMED and the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, Region 6 conducted helicopter flyovers of oil and gas sites in the Permian Basin in Texas and New Mexico in 2019, which covered 1,600 square miles. Using optical gas imaging technology, EPA's contractor identified over 300 leaks at oil and gas sites with significant emissions. In FY20, EPA conducted 17 administrative settlements for flyover sites in Texas, and at NMED's request have followed up on flyover sites in New Mexico. These flyover settlements have resulted in estimated reductions of over 14 million pounds of VOC emissions and almost 440,000 pounds of hydrogen sulfide emissions. This year, EPA flyovers of the Permian Basin in Texas and New Mexico discovered over 900 emission leaks from flares, tanks, and other equipments. At the Oklahoma Department of Environmental Quality request, we also conducted flyovers of the Anadarko Basin in central and western Oklahoma. That flyover exercise resulted in 165 discovered emission leaks. Most recently, Region 6 completed flyovers of the San Juan Basin in northwestern New Mexico, where 36 leaks were found. Next slide, please. Another important goal for EPA is to maintain effective partnerships with our state partners and other stakeholders. As we find ourselves facing new environmental challenges that require coordinated solutions, effective partnerships are vital to productive results. One such challenge is the supply of freshwater resources. With 80% of our states anticipating freshwater shortages by 2030, diversifying our country's water portfolio must be a priority. And to that end, collaboration with partners and stakeholders is key. Therefore, EPA is bringing states, communities, and industry leaders together to bolster and diversify their water portfolios and establish effective solutions. Water reuse, for example, is a necessary component to improving the security, sustainability, and resilience of our water resources. We are examining the potential for water reuse from sources such as municipal wastewater, irrigation return flows, oil and gas produced water, industry processed water, and stormwater. Understanding the need for a comprehensive water resource diversification strategy, EPA, along with our other federal, state, and local water partners, issued a National Water Reuse Action Plan in September of 2019, which was followed by the first implementation plan in February of this year. The implementation plan identifies action leaders, partners, implementation milestones, and target completion dates for 37 different actions. It will help the federal government and our partners to be more proactive rather than reactive in seeking sustainable sources for water in the future. Next slide, please. An alternative disposal mechanism for oil and gas produced water that has seen significant interest is the NIPDES discharge program under the Clean Water Act. For instance, the state of Texas has applied for NIPDES delegation for oil and gas wastewater. EPA is also currently reviewing the state of Oklahoma December 2019 submitted request for modification of the OPDES program to add produced water discharges. And although New Mexico does not have NIPDES delegation, the 2019 state legislature passed House Bill 546, which addresses Produced Water Act and how it is statutorily treated. Working with our state partners on the NIPDES permit delegations is one way Region 6 is looking forward to the future and implementing effective and coordinated solutions to resolve environmental challenges that will define the next 50 years. Next slide, please. Another area in which EPA and Region 6 are using effective partnerships is looking at alternative solutions to emerging environmental challenges has been the Class 6 UIC well permitting. EPA is seeing more interest in Class 6 UIC well permitting as the 2018 revisions to the Section 45Q of the tax credit takes place. In Region 6, there have been inquiries related for potential projects in Arkansas, Louisiana, New Mexico, and Texas. To date, Region 6 has had formal project and permitting discussions for 4 project sites in Louisiana, 1 in New Mexico, and 1 in Texas. Region 6 also received a partial Class 6 permit application for a Southwest Louisiana site. The 45Q revisions increase the per tonnage tax credit and expansion of entities able to claim the credit in the 2018 revisions, making carbon capture projects more economically feasible and attractive by addressing the cost gap between carbon capture and the amount that companies will pay for captured carbon through enhanced oil recovery or other beneficial use. To date, EPA has issued 6 Class 6 permits in Illinois. However, only currently 2 of those are being actively used by Archer Daniels. As interest increased from industry on carbon capture projects, EPA is preparing for the likely possibility that more states will express interest in Class 6 well permitting delegation. EPA has developed a set of procedures to streamline the evaluation and approval of Class 6 applications. As of October 5th, LDNR has completed the pre-application phase 1 of the primacy process, and Region 6 and headquarters have recommended that LDNR formally submit a complete primacy package for phase 2, which is a completeness review and determination phase. Next slide, please. As you can see, there is still much work to be done, but these past 50 years have shown us that tremendous progress can be made when we work together effectively. The next 50 years and beyond will require us all to think of environmental challenges strategically in order to achieve integrated and coordinated solutions. Well, that's the end of my prepared remarks, but I would like to observe that EPA and IOGCC has enjoyed a long-term working relationship. In fact, last fall, Administrator Wheeler and Chairman Governor Burgum signed a new MOU that creates and extends for 3 years the EPA IOGCC task force. Also, I would mention that Megan Garvey, who was our prior oil and gas National Energy Advisor, left the agency last summer, and I've agreed to fill in for Megan during this remaining term as EPA's National Oil and Gas Energy Advisor. So if any of you have oil and gas issues that relate to EPA, I hope that you'll feel free to contact me. And with that, thank you for having me today, and I look forward to continuing our work with everyone to protect the environment and public health. And please be safe and be well.
Ken, thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, indeed, it is exciting that the IOGCC and the EPA have extended a 3-year MOU working jointly and unilaterally with you and the agency is always beneficial in terms of conserving our natural resource and in emissions, water, air, and other activities. Thank you. Thank you so much for your participation and assistance.
My pleasure.
Would there be time for questions, Amy?
I do not have anybody's hand up right now, so
Thanks, Amy.
no problem.
Ken, are you going to stay with us a little while, or if you have other activities? Again, thank you so much for being here with us today.
Thank you, Charlie. I enjoyed it.
Amy, are we right on schedule for me to introduce Lynn Helms?
We are a little behind schedule, but it is time to introduce Lynn.
Well, I want to make sure. Well, it's my privilege now to introduce Lynn Helms from North Dakota, who is going to introduce one of our very most special speakers today, our keynote speaker. Lynn.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, Charlie. And good morning, everyone from North Dakota. It is my honor to introduce for you the governor of the great state of North Dakota and the outgoing chairman of IOGCC. Governor Burgum grew up in Arthur, North Dakota, which is in eastern North Dakota, right along Interstate 94. He got his bachelor's degree from North Dakota State University. Go Bison. He earned a master's degree from the Stanford University Graduate School of Business. He then started and led Great Plains Software. It was a startup company, started in 1983. He served as the CEO through their initial public offering and then eventually through the acquisition by Microsoft Corporation of Great Plains Software. He came back to North Dakota following a stint with Microsoft. He founded the Kilborn Group and Arthur Ventures, which are capital investment firms in North Dakota. He has been involved in business and has used his business leadership and inspiration to create billions of dollars of shareholder wealth for those entities. In 2009, he received the Theodore Roosevelt Rough Rider Award, nominated by then Governor John Hoeven, who was also an IOGCC chairperson. And then he was elected governor November 8th of 2016, his first run for political office. And I'm delighted to report that he was reelected last week to a second term as the governor of the great state of North Dakota. Governor Burgum his wife is Catherine Helgas Burgum. He has two sons, Joe and Tom, and a daughter, Jessie. And would you please join me in welcoming our outgoing chair and the governor of the great state of North Dakota, Governor Doug Burgum.
Thank you, Lynn, and good morning, everyone. Fantastic to be with all of you. I've really enjoyed listening in during the first part of the meeting here, but let me say, first of all, start with gratitude like we often do, but thank you, Charlie, for your leadership as vice chair, and appreciate your kind words this morning. Also, Wayne Christian as second vice chair, thanks for your leadership and kind words. And of course, Lori and the whole staff, everybody that's there, Amy, that's doing fantastic work, the small but mighty staff at IOGCC. I'm grateful for all the work that you're doing. And again, I got to also say thanks to Lynn Helms, doing a fantastic job and been a great partner. Great for what he's done for North Dakota. Immeasurable what this industry has done for our state, and Lynn's been a key part of that. So thanks, everybody. Great to be with you this morning. And I also want to thank the speakers that preceded me. Sean Bennett, if you're still on, I could listen to you all day. That was just walking through all the thing that's music to my ears. So fantastic. And then Ken, thank you for your service, and also pass on our appreciation to Administrator Wheeler. He's been a joy to work with as well, and we really appreciate all the attention he's given to issues here in North Dakota and for this industry. To kick us off, the only thing, Lynn, fantastic introductions also, but one small correction. Even as I was working for Microsoft, I didn't have people working for me in 120 countries, but I never left North Dakota. It might have felt that way because I was putting so many miles on, but during that whole time I was living on a farm near Fargo and traveling, and we're pleased today to still have a couple thousand Microsoft employees in the state of North Dakota, almost 20 years after that acquisition. It'll be 20 years this next year. So it's great that they've expanded their footprint here during that time frame. But again, honored to serve IOGCC for 2 terms. And I'm as I think back, it was 2 years ago in October when we were all together in Coeur d'Alene, and it was great all being there in person. And we talked about a couple of things. And one of the things I talked about there was that we had put together 6 words for the state of North Dakota to describe what people like Lynn Helms does every day, what everybody in the state of North Dakota, and those 6 words were empower people, improve lives, and inspire success. And when I think about IOGCC and I think about the work that this organization does, it's doing that. The work that you're doing is helping empower people and helping empower entire industries That improves the lives of so many, as Sean Bennett was explaining. And I think, again, the successes here, whether they're legislative or policy or industrial or job creation, it is inspiring. So thank you all for that. When I did have a chance to address you a couple of years ago, we talked about the thing we called 3 paths to energy dominance, and it had 3 components. The first was federal-state partnerships. The second was related to workforce, and the third was smart, efficient infrastructure. And when we talked about energy dominance, we talked about that in particular because it was more than energy independence. When you get to the point of energy dominance, that's when we have an opportunity to be a net exporter versus a net importer, like we have been for so many decades. And when we become a net exporter, it gives us an opportunity, as I've said then and would say again now, the biggest geopolitical strategic shift in my lifetime is come from this industry, because it's meant and created an opportunity for America to sell energy to our friends and allies versus buy it from our enemies. And when we got to buy it from our enemies, we know what that's meant. That has meant really since World War II, we've had to project power around the world to protect oil and gas shipping lanes. It's meant the need for a lot of overseas military action in sometimes unstable parts of the world. And we have an opportunity to shift that if we can able to produce all of our energy here. And then the second reason why energy dominance is important is we know, and Ken McQueen was talking about this, and Sean as well, and all of you know that, but there is no nation that produces energy in a cleaner, more safer way than the United States. So if anybody was wanting to care about the environment, then they should care about the US producing the highest percentage of energy possible, because we'll do it better and cleaner here. And then when we talk about what it means for the economy, just in terms of direct jobs, American Petroleum Institute is in 2020, 9.8 million jobs for Americans. And we know we've got Canadian partners in IOGC and over 200,000 Canadian jobs from Statistics Canada. And then, so the direct employment is a huge factor in this industry. And these are less and less kind of the dirty jobs that you might remember, the kind of dirty jobs I did as a kid growing up in working in a grain elevator, that are, stinky, filthy, take a shower at the end of the day kind of jobs, and more what this means is really leading edge science and technology that's happening with petroleum engineers and statisticians and chemical engineers. I mean, all the work that's going on. I mean, these are high-tech jobs in this industry, and we know that for sure. And these are incredible jobs. And of course, what it means to places that every state that's got an oil and gas industry, it means critical tax revenue for schools, roads, and other important infrastructure. And of course, as we think about now, it sort of brings home to light more than ever during this time of COVID, that when we've got energy dominance in North America, and when we have got low priced transportation fuels at the pump, what that means is lower cost for all the goods that are being shipped. Everything that's being ordered online is getting a tax break, because most of that is being moved either by air or ground transportation. If it's being bought in a store, it's being moved by air or ground transportation, traditional retail. All those supply chain costs go down when we've got lower transportation fuels. And a lot of folks, can, during the pandemic, have been able to grab their laptop and say they're going to work from home. But we know that frontline essential workers, whether you're a nurse working in a hospital, a teacher in a school, or a first responder, somebody working in an energy field, you don't get to phone it in from a laptop. You got to get in your vehicle. You got to drive to work. And we're getting a tax break for every one of those hardworking Americans and Canadians that are doing that, because we're keeping money in their pockets. And of course, many of the people that do work in those jobs, particularly in large metro areas, can't afford to live in the city center, and so they've got to commute. And so we're actually, and even if they're commuting in public transportation, we're lowering the cost of that. So it's a huge impact in so many ways. It flows through our economy. And on these, the three fronts that we talked about, federal, state, partnerships, workforce, and smart, efficient infrastructure, there's been a lot of progress made since that time. We're in the middle of a global pandemic, which may cause us to not recognize the incredible progress that was made from October of 18 through March of last year, really February, when we had the demand collapse related to the beginning of the pandemic and to some international competitive forces, and really also challenged by the oversupply of energy because of the success that this industry's had. But up until that point in time, great progress has been made. And so when we take a look back on the last couple of years, there actually is a lot to celebrate. And certainly I look forward with an enormous amount of optimism about looking forward. And in spite of the short-term challenges that we face related to the pandemic, we know that anytime there's a challenge, there's also opportunity. And we've got to look no further than this morning when we have the markets taking a huge leap forward this morning on the news that just there's 5 potential vaccine candidates. So you've got AstraZeneca and Moderna and Pfizer and Johnson & Johnson and others, all moving forward through some of the largest clinical trials ever. And one piece of news from one of those about the potential of a highly effective vaccine, we see what that can do. And we have an opportunity to really, I think when we see the vaccines starting to come online in Q1, we're going to have a recovery sooner than we expected. And I think we saw that from the jobs report that came out. Wish it would have come out a few days earlier before the election, but when it came out, we saw again that unemployment down to 6.9%, and a lot of economists hadn't predicted that we were going to get to there till 2022. So I again remain very optimistic. Let's take each of these in order. Renewing state and federal partnerships. The first thing I would just again say is that under this administration, there's been an unprecedented amount of collaboration at the state and federal level. And whether that's for a state like us in North Dakota, where we've got national grasslands, they're administered by the USDA. Sonny Perdue has been to North Dakota multiple times. Secretary Bernhardt, we've worked very closely with him, Department of Interior, and all of the lands that they manage. And before him, Secretary Zinke, both Zinke and Bernhardt were in North Dakota on the ground, meeting with industry and working with all that. Same for Administrative Wheeler. All told, there have been 18 cabinet visits to North Dakota in the last 3.5 years. That's a record under any administration. And when they were here, they weren't here for some kind of a PR shoot and in and out in an hour. They were here sometimes for multiple days on the ground, really understanding the issues and really working with the state and with industry to try to advance an agenda that supported all Americans. And so it's that part we've made great progress. And when we take a look at the even within the work that IOGC has done under the leadership of all of the aforementioned folks, Charlie and Wayne and Lori as ED, the IOGCC signing the MOU with EPA is a great step forward. And I think we need to remind ourselves, as we were fortunate in this administration, that the federal government was actually created by the states, not the other way around. And again, we've made great progress in partnering with IOGCC states and the federal government really as co-sovereigns, if you will. And of course now we've got 5 Canadian provinces and 2 Canadian territories, 3 international affiliates as we expand the scope of IOGCC, which is fantastic because when we get more people participating, we have more clout and power on these issues that do affect the globe, not just one nation. But as we talk about co-sovereigns, we know that here in North Dakota, because we've worked closely with the 5 tribal nations with whom we share geography. And I want to thank Kim Doan and the Public Coastal and Tribal Lands Committee, which a number of you serve on. Our tribal and First Nation partners are now included in IOGCC. And that's, again, fantastic because we've got partners on the tribal side like the MHA Nation, the Mandan, Hidatsa, Arikara, 3 affiliated tribes. They represent a significant portion of the oil and gas development in the Bakken and have been a great partner in working with us as we work shoulder to shoulder with the feds to make sure that we've got local control here, whether it's state or tribal, that we know that good decisions are made locally. And I think everybody's familiar with the old proverb that says that if you want to go fast, go alone, but if you want to go far, go together. And I know as I step down from this, IOGC is going to go far because more and more they're doing that in a way where we're moving forward in a spirit of collaboration. The second one, which is key, is workforce. And we know this is actually critical. We can't have energy dominance in North America unless we've got a resilient and well-trained workforce with 21st century jobs. And so I think that the COVID pandemic and the subsequent demand shock has created impacts on all of our lives, but it certainly it created an impact here. Immediately we saw some of the highest unemployment rates possible because of the dramatic collapse in oil prices that we saw last year. In North Dakota, we worked very quickly. We put together a group we called the Bakken Restart Task Force. It was made up of state and industry experts and our Department of Mineral Resources and the governor's office all working closely together. And that task force focused on 3 areas. One was regulatory relief, the second was economic relief, and the third was economic resilience. And under regulatory relief, we took a look at statutes and rules which were identified, which were not conducive to social distancing, things that were not conducive to supporting the industry. And through this and through executive orders and other issues, we were able to cut through a lot of red tape in North Dakota by executive order. And that is not just in this industry, but across healthcare and education and a number of other areas. And I'm hoping that some of that red tape cutting that we're able to do will become permanent when our legislature returns. There was a number of things that we put on temporary waivers also that I think were smart decisions. Some of the things that were required historically by in-person, person-to-person, we know can now be handled electronically. And we do think that there's an opportunity to reinvent all kinds of business processes that required, state employees, inspectors, and others that might have been, having to be, in person, face-to-face on site. Not all of that can be replaced, but there's a number of processes that we can streamline. And whether those were, holding public meetings in person, or do we hold those virtually? Do we require applications and notice to be physically mailed, or can they be electronically submitted? And again, I think some of these changes are things where we can lower cost for industry and maintain all the control and security we need from a regulatory standpoint. But all of this, fits well into our theme, which we've had all along as an administration with Lieutenant Governor Brent Sanford and myself, and that is a focus on innovation versus regulation, because regulation by nature tends to try to solve yesterday's problem, and innovation has an opportunity to solve tomorrow's opportunities. And so we want to be looking forward and not creating more burdens historic regulations. But one of the most exciting elements of this that came out of this task force was our orphan well plugging program, which I want to talk about in a second. I do want to credit Lynn Helms for playing such a key role in organizing all the players that we needed to make this happen. As you know, we talked about when we were in Medora last year with the meeting, one of the big topics was orphan abandoned wells nationwide and the issue of that. We also this year had with the federal coronavirus relief funds, had a block grant that came into the state of North Dakota that we were able to apply towards projects that were not in the existing state budget before March 1st of last year, and B, they had to be expended by December 30th, and C, they had to be related to things that were specifically related to COVID or the impacts of COVID. And we identified that due to that, demand shock caused by COVID and the collapse in the industry and the loss of jobs, we were doing economic resiliency and grants supported for other industries like hospitality and others. And we were able to meet the guidelines to put together a program where in order to retain workforce, in this critical industry in North Dakota, that we could provide a program and grants that would help us identify wells that were at the risk of abandonment and to take care of those. So we were able to allocate $66.5 million from the North Dakota CARES Act allocation to put together an effort to plug and reclaim wells. Over 1,400 workers were employed in the plugging of these wells. 358 wells were identified. 2,100 workers were put to work on the employment related to the reclamation of these well pads. And many of these were not Bakken. These were historic wells. Some of these were from the 1950s and the 1980s. In counties far from Bakken, where there had been, landowner issues and surface issues. And so this came as a great relief. We were able to get a number of surface acres through this are going to be put back into production. But then when we got, as happens in North Dakota, every year it gets cold. We ran into some weather issues heading into November and December related to completing all the reclamation work. And so then we said, hey, we have rather than turning this money back unspent, can we repurpose it? So there were 16 million from the original 66.5 that was put together for a cost share program to help us in terms of the industry, again, focusing on employment and focusing on helping support North Dakota industry. And so with that 16 million, we identified 80 duck wells. You all know what that means, drilled but uncompleted, to be eligible for a $200,000 grant to help cover the water costs. Water is, of course, used, and water is a local product that needs to be purchased in North Dakota for those. And so this was supporting the private sector water providers in North Dakota, and it also created an incentive for operators to complete some of these duck wells. But most importantly, by doing that, it kept frac crews going and provided jobs for an additional 500 workers, which again, by supporting those workers and getting those wells going, that created a direct benefit back to every taxpayer in the state, not the least of which is the North Dakota Common Schools Trust Fund, which receives a significant portion of our oil and gas tax revenue. So when we think about workforce and these things, again, we talk about innovation, not regulation. These were highly innovative programs working to help maintain the workforce in our industry. And again, kudos to Lynn Helms and his team. And again, when we take a look at transitioning into our third topic, which is smart, efficient infrastructure, one of the things that we know with workforce, if we can equip our workforce with automatically collected data that's being collected in real time continuously versus humans with clipboards, we end up with two things. If you had a 4-box matrix, and in the one aspect of that matrix is it collected automatically or is it collected by humans? Then on the other side, you've got so one of those is cost and one of them is accuracy. You can actually end up with more accurate data at a lower cost. I mean, it's the best of both worlds. We know this, and so when we think about all the things that we need to monitor to make sure we've got clean air, clean water in our in our industry, we can eliminate human error, and we can drive a number of things forward. And again, I think a lot of people think the only answer is regulation. Regulation drives up cost, and if that regulation involves human work, you can drive up cost and you can actually reduce data quality. And so again, it's about innovation that drives costs down and data quality up. So let's talk a little bit about what that meant. You've heard us talk before about iPipe, which is our intelligent pipe infrastructure program. And thank you, by the way, for recognizing that last year at the Medora meeting. We appreciate doing that. This program was born out of a challenge here in North Dakota to invest in R&D to develop, new and emerging technologies to prevent pipeline leaks. Prevent them before they happen. I mean, that's way easier than all the technology around how to clean up a spill. Let's just stop them before they even happen. And so again, we know that there are a lot of, inefficient regulations around spills. We know cleanups are expensive, so we just said, hey, let's swim upstream and see how we can fix this. So it's a consortium of state agencies and industry partners, and they contribute money equally. And think of this thing as a Shark Tank event where new startups and veteran companies compete for funding by proposing their ideas in front of a panel of experts. It's done through the EERC, the Energy and Environmental Research Center at the University of North Dakota, and we again thank them for their partnership in this. But one of the companies, a lot of super interesting, exciting things happening, including golf ball size, ultrasonic listing devices that can float down, even very small pipes that couldn't even handle a smart pig. They can navigate corners. They can do all kinds of things. And so there's a number of ideas have been funded, but I'm just going to talk about one of them here, which is Satellytics. And this company uses, it's a satellite-based, technology using mass spectrometry. We can detect even incredibly small pipeline leaks, and we can do that from space, not from an airplane flying over it with humans trying to do manual observation. We know that's a regulated cost in some places to fly pipelines, but here we've got algorithms that can learn to detect as small as several gallons, and even from space they can detect the difference between a crude oil spill and a produced water spill. But other benefits that come from this technology, it's now apparent that it can be used for determining water quality, soil health, vegetation, and with precision, even rights-of-way encroachment. Again, so it's basically surveying by satellite versus on the ground. The algorithm that was developed on North Dakota pipelines, was specifically for iPipe, was interestingly used to disprove a case of phosphorus loading in a lake in Ohio. There was a refinery there that was blamed for high levels of phosphorus in the lake, but the algorithm led the environmental scientist hired by the company to actually failed a septic system surrounding the lake as opposed to the refinery. And so again, I want to say thanks to iPipe's investment in Satellytics, that company saved a lengthy and costly investigation, and I'm sure in lots of PR challenges, and directed its workforce to the area of impact. We know that our existing infrastructure in North Dakota has to evolve. The Bakken, one of the most recent and largest plays, we're still a long way from refining capacity. I want to thank the midstream companies. We've had literally billions of dollars of gas processing investment has come into North Dakota to help capture and process more gas. But even as they have made those billions of dollars as investments, we're blessed here that the North Dakota gas the Bakken gas has a high BTU content because of its high ethane. And a large significant portion of that we produce here gets exported through the Northern Border Pipeline. And I'm sure, again, many of you aware Northern Border has been filed for a BTU tariff through FERC, due to the downstream market's inability to use that gas. And FERC has denied that request. And so that issue continues to be, a challenge for us because we don't have enough takeaway capacity for all of that, for the hot gas that we have. But within the last couple of weeks, there's been some fun progress. I know that early on in here, Sean, talked about how electricity in the United States was shifting from coal to natural gas in North Dakota. We continue to provide an enormous amount of coal-based electricity that we export as part of base load. And there's a number of really interesting things happening there. We've invested over $40 million in a private-public partnerships around a project called Project Tundra, which is the leading and largest scale carbon sequestration project going on in the US. But if we can learn how to capture and sequester it, we can also learn how to capture it and use it for enhanced oil recovery. And we also, at the same time, because we are an all of the above producer of energy in North Dakota, with significant amounts coming from renewables, but that significant amount coming from renewables for the nation then creates even a more important challenges. We have to have resilient, consistent base load that we can provide. And we know that under a prior administration 4 years ago, the coal industry was under even greater attack than oil and gas. It's likely that we could be entering that environment again. And so it's exciting that we saw that Basin Electric, one of our big, large regional co-ops here, announced a partnership with a new company, Bakken Midstream, to produce a new power plant, and they're going to be using ethane as the power source. So if we can turn ethane into electricity in North Dakota, we can take some of that BTU content off the gas and use existing structure like Northern Border to be able to, for takeaway capacity. But right now, given where the price of gas is in North Dakota, that plant could be the lowest baseload power cost in the nation. I'll say that again, lowest baseload power cost in the nation, coming out of an ethane powered source here. And again, as we talk about a world where we have to have a carbon limited or world, and as we think about how do we approach decarbonization, we in North Dakota have had 3 CO2 wells that were drilled in the last year. And again, you saw on Ken McQueen's map, North Dakota up at the top there, the only one marked in yellow, which indicates that we were the first state to be granted primacy over Class 6 injection. And so again, great work there. I want to say thanks to Dave Glatt and our whole Department of Environmental Quality, as well as everybody that he worked with on Lynn's team to move us through that. And I know that Wyoming is close behind us, so I know other states are looking at that Class 6 primacy. But thanks in part to the efforts of the IOGCC, we were able to leverage the model CO2 legislation that was created by IOGCC. Thank you, IOGC, and our close partnerships with the federal agencies to help make that happen. And again, when we say that no matter what a crisis is, there's also an opportunity. We know that we found out this last year that there was, during the COVID pandemic, many of our water supply systems rely, of course, on CO2 because of the high alkalinity in some of the waters in North Dakota. They inject CO2 into the water supply to balance out the pH during the treatment process. And a number of our municipal water systems have been sourcing their CO2 from faraway places, including Wisconsin. But when COVID came along, that disrupted supply chains. And so the one coal gasification plant that we have in North Dakota, which dates back to federal initiative back in the 70s and 80s, when the nation thought we were running out of energy, but that coal plant still going and converting. We do have CO2 that comes out of there. That some of that CO2 is shipped directly up to Canada to be used for hand soil recovery there. So we do export CO2, but we were able to get FDA approval to sell the CO2 from that plant as food grade, which made it eligible for water treatment, which provided a just-in-time water solution to our water supply systems. Other innovations that we know can happen in this industry. I know when Sean Bennett was talking about the incredible tie between agriculture industry and the energy industry related to fertilizers and food production. North Dakota is one of the leading agricultural states in the nation. We lead in over 11 different crops, #1 in the nation. We know that there's a big opportunity to take whether it's heat coming off of a cogeneration plant, whether it's excess flare gas, and whether it's CO2 that comes out of these streams, that we have an opportunity to build an enormous greenhouse business in North Dakota, and so that our farmers have an opportunity to produce crops in North Dakota for distribution in the U.S. The same way we want to have energy dominance. There's times of the year, if you go into a grocery store anywhere in North America and you want to buy blueberries in January, they're probably coming from Chile, and so again, a lot of supply chain costs associated with that, and the U.S. could be growing all of this food here using the shared benefits that come out of if I will, the products, the byproducts of the energy industry, and whether that's extra heat or whether that's CO2. I predict a future down the road where CO2 is not going to be the demon element on the chart periodic table that that kids are being taught carbon is going to be actually a really thought of as a value-added element that's being sought after, and we ought to start thinking again about how we innovate our way to that future. In closing, I always like to leave with a challenge. And again, as in sort of summary, we talked about the 3 paths to energy dominance: renewing and rebuilding those state-federal partnerships. Great progress has been made over the last couple of years. We've got to keep that going, in the next 4 years going forward. Workforce, again, critical for us as we, rebuild this industry, as we get in the post-pandemic world. Workforce is going to be critical. We know we had workforce shortages prior to this, and particularly as it relates to 21st century high-tech jobs in the industry. We got to make sure that we're investing in career and technical training, which we're doing as a state, but we've got to make sure that we're creating the education at those levels to make sure we're creating the right workforce. And lastly, on smart, efficient infrastructure, this is really, again, a place where we can apply innovation versus regulation and move our nation forward. So again, great progress. Thanks to all of you on those 3 paths. But on the challenge would, in addition to keeping that going, is we've got another, battle that's right in front of us right now. And that relates to the whole movement of financing around environmental and social governance. And there's now, the Department of Commerce estimates that now over $40 trillion of capital investment is now residing under some kind of ESG effort. One of the things that we've done here with our state investment board and our state land board, which in our retirement funds collectively, which manage a number much smaller than that, but it's still about closing in on $20 billion across all 3 of those areas. Is to make sure that we as boards are not allowing any of our investment managers to vote yes for ESG activity that actually would be counterproductive to all of the things that we talked about here, because energy development in the United States is actually good for the environment worldwide. So voting against energy investment in the US is actually counterproductive to their goals. And so again, this is something that the IOGC needs to pay attention to, because it is being used as a political weapon to justify and will be used in the future to justify or reinforce egregious and misguided regulations that would again hurt the environment, hurt the economy, and hurt our country and hurt the world. And so again, we've got to make sure that we think about how do we push back on that. And then lastly, along those lines, I've been sent recently by a couple different people a book called Apocalypse Never. And if you haven't had a chance to read Apocalypse Never, I would recommend it for anybody in your field and anybody on your team. And while I've completed reading the summary of it, I haven't completed reading the whole book. In addition to the book being available online, there's 3 or 4 different summaries if you are constrained for reading time. But effectively, it's, the environmental alarmism that is driving, some of the elements that you might see included in the Green New Deal are driven by this idea that somehow, the world as we know it's going to be over in the next 10 to 12 years. And that kind of alarmism could lead to some very bad decisions. And it's actually the data doesn't support it. So you've got what's unusual about the book was this was written by an environmentalist who for most of his career was supporting that, and he still supports environmental causes, but he doesn't support the environmentalist extremism. And so it comes from someone who's had the courage to stand up to the traditional narrative. And I would say again, make that to be maybe required reading going forward. Again, the book is Apocalypse Never. And then lastly, as I close out, again, closing with gratitude as I did at the beginning, I want to thank again the entire team, Lori and Amy and everybody for all the work they're doing. Charlie and Wayne and the entire board, thanks for what you're doing. But I also want to share my gratitude and congratulations to Governor Stitt from Oklahoma. Really enjoyed getting a chance to know him the last 2 years. We've had a chance to work together through WGA, Western Governors Association, the Republican Governors Association, and I know he's going to be a great leader for this organization because he's been such a strong advocate for the oil and gas industry in Oklahoma. So with that, congratulations to the new chair. Congratulations to IOGC on a great couple of years. And again, again, closing with a challenge, I know that you'll rise to the challenge. I know that you're going to be up for taking on whatever comes your way. And again, I hope you'll share my deep and unbridled optimism for the importance of this industry and importance of the work that each of you do within your states, because how important it is to our country and our world. So again, grateful to all of you for everything you do. Thanks for the opportunity to serve. And I wouldn't have been able to do it without the support of Lynn Helms. So again, thanks, Lynn, for making my 2 years as chair as enjoyable as possible. So thank you for that. And again, thanks to everybody, and have a great rest of your meeting.
Governor Burgum, I don't even know where to begin. You are such a dynamic and inspirational speaker, and inspiration to us. I know there's been many first vice chairs. No one has had a boss like you to work under. And I just wanted to say from the bottom of my heart, it is inspiring to hear you speak about a guy who took some notes, who grew up grounded in hard work, but now understands that it's not just hard work, it's smart work, it's innovation, it's technology, and it's advancing who we are through the use of all of these things, never forgetting the importance of our workforce and the importance of being collaborative with others. It's inspiring to hear you, sir.
Well, thank you, Charlie. That means a lot.
Well, I would also say, if I can, just one more brief thing. On behalf of the entire staff, let us thank you, staff, leaderships, committee chairs, my second vice chair. He may say something on his own, but your involvement and insight has just been absolutely phenomenal. I want to thank you. And on a personal note for me, I want to thank you to introducing me to the real Badlands last August. The only thing that kept my entire family, my wife and I and son, from coming was the COVID virus. We plan to visit Medora again, and we're looking forward to it. And I'm so glad that we were able to visit Medora last year.
Well, thank you, Charlie. And let me just throw in another note on that for anybody that's thinking about coming back. In the midst of this entire pandemic, we announced on October 27th, which was Theodore Roosevelt's birthday. And you remember when we were, or the anniversary of his birthday, you know that when you were there, we were at Medora sits at the entrance to Theodore Roosevelt National Park, the only park out of 63 named after an individual. But we had 2 years ago passed some legislation where the state would set aside $50 million of its, essentially think of it as legacy funds, that they would set aside to be an endowment for a Theodore Roosevelt Presidential Library located in North Dakota near the national park, if we could raise $100 million from the private sector. So along comes the pandemic, and in the midst of this pandemic, in the last year, we announced we had a day to spare, but we got just over $100 million of binding signed commitments from Americans, primarily those with ties to North Dakota. So we raised the $100 million that triggered the $50 million endowment from the state. We'll probably end up raising another 100+ million nationally going forward. But when you and your family come back to North Dakota in a few years, you're going to see the most amazing presidential library ever built. And this was somebody who believed in conservation, but he also believed in the use of the natural resources. He was not it was for the benefit and the enjoyment of the American people. It wasn't just the enjoyment, it was the benefit and the enjoyment. He wanted to see resources developed in a smart, sustainable way, not locked up and kept away forever, whether it's a forest or whether it's mineral resources. And I think we all need to, I think what you'll see in Apocalypse Never is some of the Theodore Roosevelt's thinking about the smart use of our resources for the benefit of our country. And so we're honored, we're excited to have that big project going forward. And again, gives us optimism, and everybody's always welcome to come back to North Dakota anytime, but in a few years, we'll have a real visit for you. And it'd be the first digital library, first presidential digital library. So you'll be, if you can't get here, you'll be able to tap into a lot of its resources electronically.
Governor, Governor, you've been a wonderful gatekeeper to his vision. Thank you.
Charlie,
Yes,
may I ask, Governor, are you open for questions? We have one hand up, and it's Mike Lee.
sure.
Sure.
Okay. We do have one other hand up, so we'll have Udawak from California ask a question, and we'll see if we can help Mike.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Hey, hi, this is Udawak Joe Intuk, State Oil and Gas Supervisor here in California. Governor Bergman, thank you so much for your comments and your service to the organization the last 2 years. Briefly wanted to ask, kind of in the landscape, and we kind of see North Dakota as a leader in CCUS and primacy and Class 6 wells. Wanted to ask, in your kind of vision of the future of the state here, and carbon neutral or carbon negative, how does the work of CCUS play out in the future economy of North Dakota?
Well, it's great this question's coming from California, Udak, because you have been experienced probably on the electricity side more either power outages or brownouts than I believe any other state. And we sit in North Dakota where we span both grids. I mean, both the eastern part of the U.S., MISO and SPP, we go both ways. And we see a future for North Dakota in providing, again, when we get this sequestration figured out, we can provide carbon-free baseload in either direction. And we know that can be done at a fraction of the cost, and it can be done now, and it would actually be much more cost-effective to do that than waiting for the 20 or 30 years for the battery technology, because there's a lot of things that move at Moore's law with exponential growth in terms of the digital side of things. But battery technology is gaining at about 2-3% a year, and it would be there's an economic path and a environmental path during a transition period for the next 20, 30, 40 years until battery technology or other things gain more efficiency for carbon neutral or base load. And I think that's really important part of what we're doing. And then of course we do think that if you're using carbon CO2 for injection for enhanced oil recovery, you could theoretically be in the future where you're putting more carbon into the ground than the oil that comes out is going to produce. And so then you could end up with carbon neutral oil recovery too. The way that the net plus and minuses that's used when people are talking about carbon neutral. So I think there's a very exciting future, and not to mention that again, if we can pull carbon off, carbon has the potential again, as we think about pulling that out of a process, but then we think about what's the future of petchem and the future of plastics. If we want to have a bunch of advanced material science is going to come from this industry or derivatives from this industry, and those advanced materials are going to lower the weight of almost every transportation. If you have lightweight, stronger materials, that improves your gas mileage efficiency more than just about any place else, and that's going to help again lower the carbon footprint. And of course, the U.S. leads the world. We've done a fantastic job in the last 50 years in reducing our footprint compared to the rest of the world. We have an opportunity if we get CO2 sequestration, and whether you want to call it clean coal technology, because there's many places in the world that don't have the natural gas resources that we do. They're still building coal plants in China, India, and parts of Eastern Europe. And we should be exporting clean coal technology to them for their plants versus trying to shut down our industry here. And so again, we got an opportunity to contribute to the world with technology that we could export. But thanks for your question.
Okay, we'll try Mike Lee one more time, and if he can't get through, then we will move on. Mike? Well, we're having trouble from our end. Mike, can you?
Yep, can you hear me?
There we go.
Great.
Yes, sir.
Governor, thanks for taking the question. You talked a little bit about the energy dominance agenda and so forth. We just had an election, and it looks like there may be a change in federal policy as far as energy. What steps do you see North Dakota and maybe other states taking in response to the Biden administration? Lynn goes through this every month on his call. There were a lot of lawsuits and so forth during the Obama administration. Turn to that.
Yeah, we'll have to see exactly, how it unfolds and how the, what the approach is and how, how much we move in a different direction. I mean, if it moves in an extreme way, then that's going to be, challenging, not just for North Dakota, but for the nation. And so, and unfortunately, there were a lot of lawsuits in the prior administration. And I think it's just, again, more productive for the nation and the world if we can figure out a way to have, as I said, these, state federal partnerships where we recognize states' abilities as, we are a republic, recognize state sovereigns' ability to do that and do the things they need to do, because nobody cares about, if it's under the guise of, hey, we have to do it to save the environment, nobody cares about the air and water in North Dakota more than the people that live here. And so this idea that somebody from federal government has got to tell North Dakotans that you need clean air and clean water is absurd to any, to any farmer, to any rancher, to any mineral developer here, because we all know that we're living here now, our kids are growing up here and are going to live here, at some point in the future when this resource may evolve toward, or, be less demand for the resource because of new technologies 20, 30, 40, 50 years from now. And so, and I think it reflects the fact that, again, North Dakota always shows up near the top of the list on clean air and clean water. And I think, again, there's this idea that you can't trust a state to do what's right for its citizen to me, it doesn't match with, my experience of actually watching how North Dakotans care about where the place where we live. So hopefully we can continue to have a lot of state involvement and not a lot of sort of one size fits all federal regulations that will turn into lawsuits.
And just to follow up, if I could, are you more optimistic or less optimistic about that sort of cooperation with the federal government based on what you've seen from the Biden administration?
Well, I would think regardless of which party someone belongs to, I would hope that the benefits of us being, independent of the gyrations of unstable parts of the world would become, obvious to either party. I would think the fact that we have an opportunity to export energy to our friends and allies, that the strategic significance of that would be important and understood to either party. Part of what happened in the last 3.5 years is it got done. Before that, I mean, really, the last administration said it wasn't possible. I mean, the policies were built around us running out of energy. That was the original argument for a lot of the subsidies for other industries. It didn't have to do with clean air, clean water. It was we're going to run out and we don't want to be dependent on other people, and so we should subsidize these new industries. Well, when we just figured out through innovation that we can produce a lot of low cost, high quality energy, then the argument shifted to other things. But I think the underlying premise is that there are great benefits to this nation and the world and to Canada if North America can be energy energy dominant, if you will, that we can be supporting our friends and allies. Because when I say dominance, because it's one thing for us to have enough energy, but if say you're Japan, and I've spoken to their ambassador, if you're Japan and your oil production is 4,000 barrels a day for the whole country, and you're dependent on receiving oil from the Middle East and it's got to go through South China Sea, would Japan like to be buying natural gas from the US? Absolutely, they would. Absolutely, they'd like to reduce their dependence on perhaps unstable or unreliable partners that versus someone that they really see as a potential ally. And as geopolitics doesn't go away when you change who the leader is of our country, and geopolitics has always been driven as much by economics and perhaps even more so by economics than by ideology. I mean, World War II was fought over energy resources in both the Pacific and in Europe. And so we need to keep that in mind, that we have competitors and we got allies, and we have an opportunity to use this industry to really build those relationships and strengthen stuff with allies. And that's a benefit. That's a benefit to either party that's in power, and it's certainly a benefit to anybody who's got family members serving in our armed forces right now. So anyway, I hope that logic would prevail, but these are interesting times, and there's a lot of narratives that are being pushed that may not tie back to underlying the underlying economics or the underlying data about the important role of this industry in our country's future. So with that, I'll let you guys to get back on schedule again. I've gone a little past I think the allotted time, but appreciate the being able to address all of you in my final final meeting as chair. And again, been honored to serve with all of you. Grateful to have the opportunity and grateful for all you do. So thank you, and have a great rest of your meeting.
Governor, thank you. It's been a pleasure working for you, and thanks again for taking time out of your valuable day to be with us. Appreciate it very much. And you did good with Lynn. He's a good guy. Trumping for Lynn too.
Thank you, Charlie. Thanks, Wayne.
I will say we are now entering into the committee report section of our agenda, and how this process will work. Each committee chair has been asked to give a brief report on their committee's activities, and each have been able to bring to us a speaker for our knowledge and enjoyment. I'm going to turn this over just immediately to Kim Doan. She is the chairperson of the Public, Coastal, and Tribal Lands Committee. Kim?
Great. Can you hear me? Thank you very much, Charlie. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. We can hear you.
Great. Thanks very much, Charlie. And I know that Governor Burgum has left, but I'll put it on the record since this is being recorded that we recognize the importance of his 2 years and the leadership he's provided over the last 2 years. He made some interesting comments. I think the innovation and technology piece that the oil and gas sector brings, and that clean growth for the future and the balanced perspective, is really important. I don't think oil and gas moves forward without it, but I also feel that it's undervalued and not recognized as well as it should be. So I echo his comments on that piece. I think it's really important that no one will do that innovation better than what the oil and gas industry can do. I'd also echo, Charlie, your comments on the importance of the sponsors during this time, and I feel I'd like to shout out again an appreciation for them. In terms of the Public, Coastal, and Tribal Indigenous Committee, which is quite a mouthful, I'll speak on behalf of myself and Sarah Longan from Alaska, who is the vice chair. We're really excited at this committee and appreciated the comments from Governor Burgum on one of the subcommittees, the Indigenous Tribal piece. We've been quite busy getting up and running with the 3 subcommittees, getting them established, having leads and co-leads found for each of them. We've also gone through a process of identifying 3 to 5 projects for each of those subcommittees. So now we're into getting the hard work done. And so with that in mind, we will be sending some upcoming notices of meetings for the subcommittees. In terms of, because of the diversity of this committee, I think we wanted to ensure we fit into strategically with IOGCC, the other committees, but also to keep in mind, as Governor Burgum said, we fit in a global context. And so with that in mind, I think I'm really excited to welcome Tim Gould to as our speaker today. Tim is the head of the division of the International Energy Agency's Energy Supply and Investment Outcome. He is the co-lead of the World Energy Outlook documentation that comes out annually and was just released in October. So really excited for him to kind of highlight and give us some perspective on how we fit globally and the importance that oil and gas will continue to have in the future, but also recognizing that there are other new areas that are being expanded as well. In terms of Tim has worked pretty much globally according to his bio, and he's worked all over the world. He started at the IEA in 2008 and has developed and overseen multiple years of programs on the analysis of the future of oil and gas and evolving pressures on the industry, including detailed work on methane abatement and emission intensities of different fuels. So I think that's really valuable. He's a graduate from Oxford University and did a postgraduate diploma from the School of Advanced International Studies of Johns Hopkins University. So with that, I'm going to turn it right over to Tim, who is in Paris. So he is 7 hours behind most of you. So for him, it's 9:30 at night. So with that, Tim, it's over to you.
Well, thank you very much, Kim, and it's a huge pleasure to address you today. It's a difficult act to follow. There was a fascinating speech from Governor Burgum and the earlier interventions. But I'm going to take advantage of the fact that we've just published this World Energy Outlook and zoom out a bit and try and talk through some of the big trends that we see in the global energy economy. And we do so from the vantage point of the International Energy Agency, working as we do on all fuels, all technologies. We work with governments all around the world in the service of a more secure and sustainable energy future. And you can imagine that our task when we put together our outlook every year, we try to think long term about the way the energy system is evolving. But this time, extraordinary year, we had some particular challenges because of the pandemic. Obviously, how is it going to reshape the energy sector? And how does it affect the pace of change in the energy sector? So the prospects for clean energy. So our focus this year is much more on the near term, much more on the period to 2030 than it would ordinarily be, because we have to consider these two big unknowns. So the duration, the severity of the pandemic and its economic impacts, and then what do the policymakers do? So to what extent do they try and put the energy system on a different track as the economies recover from today's slump? And in doing so, we don't have a crystal ball. We don't have a single view about the future. So we do have multiple scenarios, and I'm just going to talk through a few of them today. We try and look at the direction that we appear to be heading based on the policies and the technologies and the market developments that we can see today. But of course, we have to vary that by different assumptions about public health and the economy. And we also look at what more would be required if the world is to make progress towards net zero emissions. And it's obviously more and more countries and indeed corporate entities are talking about that. And to set the scene, I just wanted to take you back to where we were prior to the pandemic. So we have multiple variables in our modeling, but two of the most important are income, so annual GDP growth, and of course, the things that governments and industry are doing in the investment sector and also in policy terms. And this is where we were last year, so 3.6% annual average GDP growth worldwide to 2030. And with the policy settings that we had a year ago, that produced roughly 1% increase per year in global energy demand. 1 year on, very different picture. The policy landscape has changed slightly, but of course the main difference is that COVID-19 has radically altered the starting point for our analysis. So in this analysis, we assume that the pandemic is gradually brought under control over the course of 2021. Clearly the news today that was referred to by previous speakers and the possibility of an effective vaccine makes that kind of outcome more likely. and that allows for a steady recovery in global economic activity. However, we shouldn't discount the possibility that the pandemic stays with us for longer, leaving deeper scars on social and economic life. So we had another way of looking at the future, a sort of delayed recovery scenario in which the near-term economic slump takes much longer to shake off, and there's significant damage then to the long-term growth potential of the global economy. What does that mean for energy demand? In the stated policy scenario, as it's called, we're back to 2019 levels of demand already in 2023. But in the event of a delayed recovery, we would be looking in the 2020s at a decade with the lowest rate of energy demand growth since the 1930s. Now, of course, it's one thing to look at the overall picture, but as you know very, very well, there's a lot happening beneath those lines among the various fuels and technologies that make up the energy system. So let's start by looking at our updated assessment of the effects of the pandemic on energy in 2020. A 5% fall in global energy demand. We haven't seen anything like that for 70 years. But as you can see on the screen, not all fuels felt the impact in the same way. What happens next? So in the scenario where the pandemic is brought under control already next year, let's wind this through to 2030. Oil demand gets back to pre-crisis levels within a few years, but there's no such rebound for coal, which is under pressure today from explicit phase-out policies in some countries, notably in Europe, but also from low gas prices and the rise of renewables. The main growth over the next 10 years worldwide in this scenario comes from natural gas. We'll come back to that, but also from renewables. As you know, renewables are not yet the technology of choice everywhere in the energy sector, but where they're strong, they present a very strong value proposition. What happens if this recovery is delayed? Some investments in renewables are postponed in our view, but the larger effects are elsewhere. Almost all the growth in oil demand is wiped out. Coal and natural gas much more affected by the weaker economic outlook. Now, I've presented this outlook quite a few times over the last few weeks. And in some parts of the world, when people see this slide, they say, well, that doesn't seem like such a bad outcome. And particularly if they're looking at this through the prism of global emissions. And we would caution against that way of looking at this slide, because those emissions gains, the emissions are clearly lower in this scenario, but they come, those reductions come at very significant economic and social costs. So what we would like to emphasize here is a weaker economy is not a solution to the climate problem. A weaker economy in practice drains momentum from the process of change in the energy sector. And one area where there has been quite significant change is in power. This is the global picture over the last 20 years. So since the year 2000, about how much electricity generation from different sources has changed over that period. You can see coal has been in charge for much of that period. So in 12 out of the last 20 years, it was the most built technology, but very closely followed by gas for the reasons that have been discussed already today. But we are entering a new era. And if we look at the way that electricity growth in electricity demand is met in the future, you can see coal declining, gas still a strong, but still a strong force. But the main ways in which we meet future electricity demand are through renewables. And if we think through scenarios that have a way of meeting sort of global climate objectives, then those variations across the technologies become even more visible, with solar, in a sense, becoming the new king of electricity. I'd like to use this sort of similar scenario structure just to look at the outlook for oil. As you saw just now, it's been the most affected fuel by the immediate crisis, so almost a decade of growth erased in a single year. A lot of debate, naturally, over what happens next. This is where we were last year. This would be the outcome, in our view, if the pandemic is brought under control next year. But in the event of a delayed recovery, it would look more like that. So in both of these scenarios, you'd be looking at the final decade of growth in global oil demand, in our view. These scenarios all flatten out when it comes to the 2030s. But you'll also notice there's no pronounced peak, there's no pronounced decline. So the bottom line for us is that as things stand, an economic recovery brings oil demand back to pre-crisis levels over the next few years. The duration of the pandemic and the economic slump can affect how quickly that happens and where oil demand eventually plateaus. But if you want to change the shape of these demand outlooks, that would require something more profound, some deeper changes in the way that we meet our transport needs or in the way that we consume plastics. And some of those changes are visible already, at least in Europe and in China. Sales of electric vehicles this year have been relatively robust, even as overall car sales have fallen. But elsewhere, in freight, in some of the other areas, those structural changes are much less rapid. And so if you were to think through a trajectory then that's consistent with these international climate objectives, you'd need a much stronger push for efficiency, electrification, or recycling in order to get there. Now, you'll notice that this downward revision between last year's outlook and this year's outlook, it's significant, but it doesn't appear to be a game changer for the oil industry. But that, as you know very well, it doesn't tell the whole story about the pressure that producers and producing regions are under. Consumers have spent $1 trillion less on oil products in 2020 than they did last year. And that's had repercussions all the way through the system. So countries and states that require, that rely on that revenue, and of course the companies that are engaged in extraction and other processes. And this comes at a time, as was mentioned, when industry is also under pressure from investors to clarify the implications of a changing energy system for their business models. And we wanted to illustrate some of these pressures, not by looking at production per se, but at the money to be made from oil and gas and how this changes across different scenarios. And before the COVID crisis, this is roughly what the world's oil and gas producers could see. So this is the present value of future oil and gas production to 2040. So revenue minus costs and discounted back to the present day. And the pandemic has already reduced this amount by around 1/4, mainly because of the lower near-term outlook for prices. And if there were to be a strengthening of global efforts on emissions, and that would bring the sum down even further. Although let's be clear, $12 trillion in present value is still an extremely sizable sum, and oil would continue to be a key commodity in the global economy for many years to come. But there's a few implications of this that I would like to leave with you. First of all, particularly for countries in the Middle East or in parts of Africa, and indeed in parts of Eurasia, this picture underlines why now is the moment to diversify and reform their economies to reduce very heavy reliance on oil revenues in particular. Secondly, companies, as you know, have to react to this situation by looking again at their cost structures, looking at the advantaged resources for this new environment. And we would argue that advantaged resources also have to be low emissions sources. And we have done, as Kim mentioned, a lot of work looking at the emissions intensities of different sources of oil and gas. And there's a very striking variation worldwide between the best performing areas and those that pay less attention to these issues. But lastly, consumers and policymakers need to be aware that the pandemic has really shaken the capacity of the industry to invest. Oil demand down by around 8% this year, natural gas demand by around 3%, but in our view, investment in new supply has been cut by 1/3. Of course, you've seen that in shale, but it is very much a worldwide phenomenon. And so if oil demand returns to anything like its previous trajectory, then upstream investment will need to pick up, or else we will be in for new price cycles and volatility. And I want to stay on this investment theme just for a little while longer, because to examine the way that investment plays out, even in scenarios that are fully compatible with limiting the rise in global average temperatures. And in the popular discussions, almost everyone imagines that the key variable for investment strategies is the precise date at which oil demand might peak, whether that's sometime this decade or sometime after 2030. But a much more important factor is this one. So it's the underlying decline in production from existing fields. And this is how that looks in our new outlook. So almost all the investment that goes into the oil and gas sector is in response to this picture, rather than what happens on, whether the demand slightly increases or indeed comes down. And the point I wanted to make is that supply will be higher if you continue to invest in existing fields, but you will need some additional new fields, even in that sustainable development scenario, and even more so in the stated policy scenario. But again, as I mentioned before, what sort of fields are brought on and by whom is very much an open question, and that imperative for low cost, low emissions oil and gas indeed is very stark in these scenarios. A few words on natural gas, and this is in a sense the composite picture of the way that natural gas demand worldwide evolves over the period to 2040. That net rise in global natural gas is heavily concentrated in parts of Asia, Southeast Asia, East Asia, China, where you have big policy push for industrial growth and also for improved air quality. And that leads to that expansion of gas infrastructure and increased demand for gas. And also that's naturally a major commercial opportunity for exporting country like the United States. However, in advanced economies, so North America, in Europe, by and large, by the mid-20s, opportunities to displace coal are largely exhausted in these economies. And especially in Europe, natural gas faces increasingly stern competition from renewables, from efficiency, from electrification of end-use demand, and from alternative low-carbon gases. And that picture in Europe, in the stated policy scenario, becomes, in a sense, the worldwide picture in the sustainable development scenario. So you have, in that scenario, more net switching away from natural gas, essentially for environmental reasons, than you have switching towards natural gas as a way to reduce consumption of more polluting fuels. That said, we strongly believe that there are services that gases provide that are very difficult to provide cost effectively using other sources. These include high temperature heat for industry, winter heating for buildings, seasonal flexibility for power systems. So existing natural gas infrastructure, valuable assets, significant storage capacity that can be repurposed over time to deliver volumes of other gases as well. And we would argue that maintaining a gas infrastructure system alongside an electricity system also adds a layer of resilience compared with an approach that relies exclusively on electricity. And although the future in many ways does belong to electricity, and we shouldn't push this conclusion too far. The role of electricity is growing and will continue to do so, but it cannot carry the transformation of the global energy system on its own. So clean fuels of different types will still be essential. And echoing points made by earlier speakers, at the IEA, we are very convinced that an industry like the oil and gas industry that has a track record of innovation can also help tackle some of the most difficult aspects of energy transitions, some of the sectors where emissions are hardest to abate. So I would very much echo the importance that it was placed by previous speakers on technologies such as carbon capture, storage and utilization. But also, I would argue there's a strong affinity between the skills, the expertise, the project management capabilities of the oil and gas industry, and fuels such as low carbon hydrogen, advanced biofuels, and indeed technologies such as offshore wind. And scaling up these technologies, bringing down their costs, that is a job where today's oil and gas industry can also play a significant role. So we would argue that the transformation of the energy sector, which we believe is necessary, it can happen without the oil and gas industry, but that would be a much more difficult and more expensive road to travel. And before concluding, I just wanted to say a couple of words on global emissions. The pictures that I presented earlier, so on the stated policy scenario, delayed recovery scenario, they produce a rebound in global emissions after this crisis that is much smaller, much slower than what we saw after the 2008-2009 financial crisis. However, it's still essentially a flattening of global emissions. And so that's not enough to put us on track to avoid some severe impacts of climate change. And the other scenario that we model is called the Sustainable Development Scenario, and that gets us roughly to net zero in 2070. And it's interesting to fill in the sense that the different wedges between those two lines, because I'm sure you're all aware, in Europe, in the United Kingdom, New Zealand, Canada, all talking about additional pledges on emissions. And if those were implemented in full, that would fill in a certain amount of that gap. And you may also have heard, and I'm sure you've heard, the major new statement by China about carbon neutrality by 2060. That would also be quite significant, but there would be quite a substantial amount still to do. And indeed, reaching net zero by 2070 is not the focus of most of these statements by corporate entities and countries. So there's increasing interest in what it would mean for the energy sector to reach net zero emissions by 2050 globally. And we've examined this issue in detail in the new outlook. And one of the conclusions is that decisions over the next decade will be incredibly important, as well as being incredibly difficult because of the impacts of the pandemic. And it would require action from everyone. I mean, from companies and industries to develop some of the innovative new technologies at scale, CCUS, new nuclear technologies, battery manufacturing capacity, and so on. And it would mean that a number of new industries would need to emerge, including low carbon hydrogen, which would need to grow by a factor of nearly 100 over the next 10 years. And from citizens as well, some wide-ranging effects on the everyday life of a very large number of people. And we've chosen to illustrate this with the projected growth in sales of electric vehicles. From financial markets as well, step change in the pace of ambition to boost clean energy capital expenditure. And you have here, the $1.6 trillion of investment just in clean electricity. So that's power systems and including the infrastructure. I mean, that would be roughly the amount that goes into the whole energy sector each year today. So it's immediately obvious that that's an incredibly ambitious agenda. And it can't happen, of course, unless there's guidance and inspiration also from government policies. And that's where I think I would leave it. I would put some conclusions up on the screen, which I won't go through in detail. But I think I would only emphasize that last point, that there are no shortcuts to a more secure, more sustainable system. It's really, we're talking about structural changes well beyond the sorts of things that can be delivered by a slump or a pandemic of the sorts that we see today. And these are choices. These are choices for all of us. But we would argue they are choices most of all for governments. With that, Kim, thank you and very much for the invitation. Thanks to everyone for their time. And of course, if there are any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer.
Great. Thank you very much, Tim. I really love your comment about that balanced plan and that there are no shortcuts and that you can't have one without the other. I think that's a message that many miss and in picking a camp, so to speak, in the energy future. So I think that's a really important, that the decisions made over the next decade are going to be incredibly important. So Amy, is there anybody with a hand up? Yes.
I do have a question. I'm going to take a question from the attendees first, and then I'll get to you, Charlie. Okay, Talib?
Yes, good morning and good evening, Tim, to you. Thank you for your presentation. What is your assessment? My understanding is that Europe is, leaning on leaning on U.S. producers of shipping LNG to reduce their carbon footprint before they'll accept the LNG shipments. And on a related note, if you're not able to ship it to Europe, would buyers in India and China accept it without insisting on a lower carbon footprint?
Well, clearly there's one instance which has been well reported in the press. I think we've been arguing for some time that attention to the environmental footprint of your production is not just a reputational issue. It's not even just an environmental issue. It's becoming a commercial issue because the buyers, I mean, it's true in Europe. I mean, we'll await to see whether that's true elsewhere. Are starting to differentiate between different sources of the same molecule based on the way that they've been produced. And of course, the data on how those molecules have been brought to market are, for the moment, pretty weak. It's still very difficult to get a very accurate read on the emissions intensity of different sources of oil and gas. But there's a great deal of effort going into that. There's a great deal of technology which will help to establish those baselines. We're paying increasing attention also to the available satellite information, which for the moment is only capable of detecting a portion of the leaks of methane, but that technology is improving as well. So I think that is the direction of travel. Clearly not everyone will go at the same pace, but I think there's an unmistakable trend in that direction.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now Charlie Bird has a question.
Hi, Tim, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you, Charlie.
Hey, Tim, you may have said this and I may have missed it, but as we see the demand for wind and solar, maybe some other renewables increase, why do we not see maybe a demand for backup fuel and generation when the wind isn't blowing and the sun isn't shining? Why? Maybe they're buried there, and I just kind of missed how you said it.
No, it's a great question, and I think, I mean, the bottom line is at the moment we're kind of trading off the system that we have and the flexibility that we have from existing thermal sources and from resources such as hydro. So by far the largest source of flexibility that we have today comes from existing generation assets. The next most significant source of flexibility is the grid itself and the ability to balance over larger geographical areas. The sources that you end up hearing a lot about, so energy storage via batteries or demand response via incentives through price or whatever for consumers to vary their consumption according to the prevailing needs of the grid. Those are very small today, but clearly they are expanding, and we're going to need an awful lot more flexibility in the future than we've had in the past. So one of the things that we're concerned about is that existing market designs in the power sector are not offering the signals that are necessary for investment in new flexibility. And that applies to in many countries, the infrastructure, the grid infrastructure is not being built as fast as it should be. Many places, you don't remunerate those flexibility services that are provided by some fuels and technologies, and particularly if they are not very short-term balancing. And in our view, those are warning signs for future electricity security. So the message that we bring to policymakers, again, it's very jurisdiction dependent, but the message that we're often bringing to policymakers and regulators is that they need to be paying very close attention to this, because whichever way you look at the future, in a sense, the previous operating model for the power system is going to have to change.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Amy?
No, we do not have any other questions.
All right. Well, with that in mind and trying to get us back on track for timing and knowing that Tim is 7 hours ahead of us and ready for supper now, European time. I guess I want to thank you, Tim, very much. This is something that we hear in Canada a lot. And I was really excited that the timing of this meeting just kind of highlighted the world energy outlook, and that it doesn't, have oil and gas not in the future, especially in your near-term predictions out to 2030, and the new established 2070 timeline that you identify for net zero. There's a lot of time between now and then, and so that recognition of being able to be flexible now, and gearing for the future is really important, especially at least from this committee's perspective when it comes to ESG and getting that investment in the upstream aspects to the tribal and the training and getting expertise in technical innovation, really important, as Governor Burgum said. And then the cost of drilling in the offshore environment is so expensive, and how do you make that still have some flexibility for the future as well? So it's a very timely conversation, especially for this new committee that's been created and for integrating into the IOGCC. So I thank you very much for sharing your expertise and your 20 plus years of expertise in the world projections and dynamics. And we really appreciate you being here today.
Well, it was a tremendous opportunity. Many thanks to you all.
Thanks for staying up late. To stay on time, and again, I apologize for the short break. We are going to go ahead and get started with the afternoon. And so I turn it over to Eric Bendel, the Chair of Legal and Regulatory Affairs Committee.
Thank you, Amy. I wish we were all gathered in person together like we were scheduled to be, but unfortunately, we're making the best of our situation. Thanks for attending the Legal and Regulatory Affairs Committee on behalf of myself and Vice Chair Reese Haas from North Dakota. Welcome. First, I'd like to take an opportunity just for a couple housekeeping things. First of all, if you have not yet submitted the produced water ownership survey that was sent out to you, we would ask that you would submit that to Amy Childers as soon as possible. Those are being compiled, and we're optimistic that we'll have that information compiled in the next couple months and made available. So just a reminder to do that. Secondly, if members of the committee have any ideas or that you would like for us to consider in the near future, please send them to me or Amy Childers, either one. That would be acceptable, not a problem. So continuing with our recent theme surrounding produced water, our speaker today is John Harju. John is a Vice President for Strategic Partnerships at the Energy and Environmental Research Center, where he leads efforts to build and grow dynamic partnerships with industry, government, and research entities in support of the EERC's mission to provide practical, pioneering solutions to the world's energy and environmental challenges. Mr. Harju is a member of the National Petroleum Council and of the National Coal Council by appointment of the U.S. Secretary of Energy. He also served on the U.S. Department of Energy's Unconventional Resources Technology Advisory Committee from 2012 to 2014. Mr. Haryu was appointed by North Dakota Governor Hoeven to the Interstate Oil and Gas Compact Commission in 2010. John is going to speak to us today about potential reuse strategy for high salinity produced water. Welcome, John.
Thank you, Eric, and thank you to your co-chair Reese Haas for the invitation to be with y'all today. Also like to thank Amy for her patience with me and getting myself unmuted here and sharing video. And of course to thank Governor Burgum for his leadership and his commitment to innovation over regulation here in the great state of North Dakota. And of course, Lynn Helms for the fabulous leadership that he provides us from the Department of Mineral Resources. As Eric alluded to, I'm going to talk a little bit about a reuse strategy that we've arrived at in North Dakota that's very specific for a North Dakota challenge that we have, namely high salinity produced water. In addition to the individuals that I mentioned previously, I would certainly be remiss without speaking to the United States Department of Energy, and I did enjoy remarks from Sean Bennett earlier today, but the DOE and the oil and gas program have been important sponsors of the work that I'm going to talk about today, as well as the oil and gas research program that's governed by the North Dakota Industrial Commission. And there I think, are probably several of the folks from member companies that EERC's work has been sponsored by. I did notice earlier that Zach Weiss from Marathon Oil was online, as well as Jeff Herman from PetroHunt and Don Coughlin from Hess, and there may be others as well. But without the support of all of those folks, the kind of work that we do really wouldn't be possible. So produced water in the state of North Dakota has, gone from fairly modest volumes, and this graphic is a little bit dated now, but and was produced back in 2018, and I have some more updated statistical information for y'all as we step forward. But in any event, a few years back, we did notice this very, very large increase in volume of produced water that we were generating in the state, largely associated with our Bakken oil and gas production. And then we went ahead and did some projections at that point and looked at from the freshwater demand side that we may need as much as 700 million barrels of fresh water for the industry out in 2035. So, these are the kinds of numbers that started to make us really look at, what kinds of options we might have going forward. And certainly one of those was recycling. And so, like anything we do, we first try to parameterize the challenge that we look at, and what you see on the right side of the screen there in the graphic is these are the precise locations of saltwater disposal wells, Class 2 wells in the state of North Dakota. Those that are in blue are injecting into the Indian Kara Formation, which is part of the Dakota Group, and by far, and I'll show you some statistical information in a little bit here, but by far, that's where the bulk of the volumes that we inject in the state go. And as you see in the first sub bullet there, greater than 95% by volume. Saltwater handling is a substantial impact to the economics and risks associated with oil and gas development. We have had some localized pressurization in this Indian Kara Formation, which is generally about a $500,000 increment of increased cost for operators needing to set intermediate casing through that Indian Kara. And then we started to wonder, well, are we going to have adequate disposal in that zone given our heavy reliance on it for disposal? Especially in light of as many as maybe 25 to 70,000 additional wells that we would foresee to fully develop this Bakken system. And effectively, we've had no recycling or reuse to date. There's been a couple of small I shouldn't say small. There's been a couple of pilot projects that, we see certain ability to reuse, but costs tend to be prohibitive and the handling challenges are pretty profound. And really the primary reason for this is that we have on average about a 300,000 part per million or 30% salt solution. So about 10 times seawater is the salt loading in the produced water that we're handling in the state. So it's very, very salty. In essence, as you start to contemplate removal of fresh water from a system like that, you start making actual solids. So, very, very challenging. Further, this is not the kind of stuff that you want spilled on the surface. And so we have, very substantial regulatory regime in place that's largely designed to encourage its prompt injection into either that Indian Kara formation or something else in the subsurface. So again, a lot of safeguards in place in the regulatory environment to preclude its long-term storage at the surface, again, largely because of concerns over leaks and spills. And like anywhere, what you see is a pretty remarkable relationship to the price of oil and its productivity, but also to the co-produced water. But one thing that I'll call your attention to is how closely you see that blue line and the red line up until about 3 years ago or so, or when we started to see some pretty substantial divergence. And in essence, what that represents is more and more produced water generated in relation to the amount of increased oil production. So obviously, increases in oil production do lead to increases in water production, but we've also seen some divergence there and essentially increased water cuts. Take it from the use side of the equation. Way back in 2008, we were using about 13.5 million barrels of fresh water to complete wells in the state. In 2019, that was up to almost 300 million barrels. So very, very substantial increases in the use. And, the total water that we use, the lower portion, just the amount is primarily for completions, although we have a growing volume of what we call maintenance water and water that's just used to keep tubulars flowing and so on. But that tends to be about 15 to 50 barrels per day per well. Again, relatively modest, but as we grow our total well count, that amount of what we call maintenance water has been increasing a little bit as well. But again, almost 300 million barrels of fresh water used in the industry in 2019. And again, illustrating, really the why. In 2008, we used about 15,000 barrels of fresh water per well on our completions. And we're now using about 200,000 barrels per well. So this has resulted in much, much better wells in terms of their productivity for oil. But we've also seen very, very substantial increases in the amount of produced water between the flowback and the produced water itself. So our produced water volumes have quadrupled since 2008. So we're now handling about 700 million barrels a year of produced water. And what you see are these each of these lines represents the vintage date of a well's completion. So we just put these in, you know, the class of 2008 and so on and so forth. And what you see is the cumulative water production for wells that were completed in that particular year. And you see it, that we've had just an increasing water cut year after year after year, as well as, you know, a much higher total, again, consistent with what I'd mentioned previously. And then again, about 35% salt loading. And then just graphically illustrating the preponderance of that disposal going into that Inyan Kara formation. The Dakota, many of the formations that you might see cited as formations are actually groups of formations here in North Dakota. But the Dakota group, which is the where the Inyan Kara formation is that primary disposal target. And, you know, we have also seen a trend of water being primarily moved by truck 15 years ago to water primarily moving by pipeline. So, you know, there are some substantial shifts that we've seen over time. I also alluded to concerns over at least localized pressurization in the Inyan Kara formation. And so on the left side of the screen here is some modeling work that my team performed looking at this increase in pressure out to 2050 based on what we saw as likelihood of completions of wells and likelihoods of particular disposal zones. So the blue area would be a normal hydrostatic gradient. So, you know, about 2,500 pounds of pressure is what you'd expect in this Inyan Kara in that formation. And you see the very, very substantial increase in pressure that we're seeing in that formation out to 2050. And, you know, part of this is things that we're seeing already. You see the graphic on the left is illustrating where our saltwater disposal wells are and by how dark the color is, what kind of volumes those wells are actually putting away. And what you see is, you know, in that core area that we focused on our modeling work on, we've got a lot of wells that are injecting, you know, more than 1 million barrels a year, and some of them actually more than 5 million barrels a year. So we've got a lot of water going into that formation that previously was very, very receptive. And then on the right side of the screen, you see that intermediate set of casing that we're actually having to install through that Inyan Kara to avoid that huge pressurization that we're seeing in wells. And this is a little bit dated now. This is about 9-10 month old assessment, but we had about 200 wells at that time where we had seen that increased cost associated with that intermediate casing install. So again, I mentioned that, you know, we were looking at as much as 700 million barrels of fresh water needed. Well, that similarly, we have very, very big challenges associated with saltwater disposal as our well count increases. And now in this case, we're looking at monthly values, but you know, we're looking at potential of produced water volumes as much as 3 billion barrels out here in as soon as 2030, depending again on water count. So with that as the backdrop, this is really, okay, well, what can we do in terms of potential reuse strategies here in the state? Again, just a little more data illustrating the same. So I mentioned the high dissolved solids. The economics clearly need to work. We need to make sure we don't spill produced water. waste handling is central to that. Having some sort of centralized infrastructure is always desirable to minimize the transportation challenges. And I mentioned the surface storage is something that we want to avoid as much as possible. But we also have these opportunities, mainly how do we relieve the capacity constraints that we're seeing in that Indian Kara formation? How do we reduce some of that localized pressure that has increased those drilling costs? Can we cut into that freshwater consumption side? And are there other things in that produced water that might be usable beyond just the fluid itself? So in working with several on the team, we came up with this notion of geologic homogenization, conditioning, and reuse. In essence, we would start to take water from that Indian Kara formation as a makeup water for new completions. Working with the providers, and we have certainly seen reuse strategies proliferate elsewhere in the country, generally not with the same sort of high salinity water, but as we worked through things with the providers, it became clear that a particular water chemistry was always something you could generally work with. Now, that being said, you probably couldn't work with 12 different produced water chemistries or wide variability in one load versus the next as you started to pull together the fluids for a completion. So our notion was that, okay, if we remove fluids from this Indian Kara formation, we would expect a few things to happen. One, we would expect a reduction in suspended solids. We would expect to get to a normalized chemistry. So for instance, a chloride-dominated water versus a sulfate-dominated water. Eventually, we would expect to see something fairly homogeneous being produced. Similarly, we would expect to see some dilution as the formation itself does not have that inherent high TDS. And again, this is illustrated on the diagram where essentially we would extract water from that formation, use that for our completions. Again, the net potential benefits of this would be to reduce our net disposal by virtue of removing water from the same formation that we were disposing into. We would see a lower net. We would expect to see reduced magnitude and rate of pressurization in that disposal zone. This would extend the life of the existing saltwater disposal wells and reduce that development cost on new wells. We would also again hope to displace freshwater demand and assure water supply in the event of any future curtailments that might be there for water appropriations. We'd employ the existing infrastructure as much as possible, and we'd enable large volume storage and limitless supply of this consistent water quality. So the storage, in essence, is the disposal zone. And, total values, we were looking at as much as $1.5 to $10 billion of increased well drilling and completion costs just associated with this pressurization. And the graphic or the picture that you see here, there's a facility near really the core of the basin that EERC has partnered with the investors that I'd previously illustrated, but it's on a Nuvera Environmental Solutions location. And that is one of several wells located on the site that allow us to work forward and work through this reuse concept. So, it appears promising. We've got to go through this diligent evaluation and validate things technically. And that's really kind of where we are right now. Lacking imminent threats, you know, we don't see widespread adoption of recycling here in the basin, you know, until such time as we really see those economic stressors. And again, we want to have a good foundational knowledge of things. And that's really what the program has been devised to provide. We've had, you know, some setbacks because of just, you know, tremendous reduction in activity over the course of the last 7-8 months here. But we did get some sampling work done on one of the wells at the facility that I illustrated here earlier in July, and looked at it relative to water that we were injecting at the Nuvera operated facility. So about 1,500 miles away from the, or excuse me, 1,500 feet away from the closest injection well, what we've seen is, okay, the hypothesis that homogenization and conditioning is occurring. So we've certainly seen those things happening. We've also seen some interesting biogenic evidence of biogenic reactions that seem to be reducing the dissolved organics even beyond what we would have fully expected if we didn't have a biological activity there. So you know, we're working through right now better understanding of that efficacy. We're working through our models to better understand how predictable and transportable this working concept might be to other locations across the basin. And then also looking at things that, you know, can optimize the post-production treatment or treatment on the fly, if you will, for these reuse strategies to be employed at specific locations. You know, key takeaways from North Dakota anyway, the industry continues to handle increasing volumes of water. We have an emerging need for alternative handling options to supplement that Dakota formation as a disposal zone. The high TDS is a primary challenge. And, you know, really this geologic homogenization, conditioning, and reuse technique is being evaluated as an approach to facilitate that recycling and reuse. As always, be happy to try to answer any questions that others might have. I mean, I think this is something that could be used in many, many places elsewhere in the country. And again, anything that we can do to help facilitate that contemplation is something we'd be more than delighted to do.
Thanks, John, for that interesting presentation for sure. Are there any questions?
I don't show anyone with their hand up right now.
I have a question, if you don't mind I ask. John, is time in the formation or distance traveled two factors that are being looked at for the, you know, homogenization and cleaning up of the water? Because you talked about the biogenic effects, and I'm thinking from a chemistry perspective, you know, time of reaction might be a key factor for that. And so I didn't know if you guys are studying that aspect as well.
Yes, Eric. So there's a pretty big set of detailed work ongoing. So we're doing both some laboratory work where we're using constructed columns to try to really pinpoint some of those kinetic effects. We also have some pretty detailed, we built a full geologic model and a reservoir simulation model that, you know, we're trying to tune those as best possible with both the laboratory work and then the campaign of analytical work out there in the field as well. So as you might expect in the field, we have a limited number of points of observation with the injection wells and the single extraction well that we do have. But again, with the parallel laboratory activity and the simulation work, we hope to be able to at least come up with a more transportable concept from this single location.
No other questions? I don't have any other questions for you, John. I
Okay.
will say that you stressed me out real bad about not being on time, but you know what? You're ahead of time here for finishing up, so you get a gold star.
All right, thank you, Amy.
Sure.
Thank you, John.
And thank you, Eric.
Eric, you have anything else?
No, thank you, Amy, for all your help on the committee and keeping us on track and also compiling the produced water survey. So thank you very much.
You're very welcome. My pleasure. Well, we are a little ahead of schedule by a few minutes. I'm going to ask if Lanny and Chuck are around to get started a little early.
I'm okay with it.
I'm okay with it.
There I go. I'm
All
okay with
right.
this. Is Randy, yes.
These guys are pros. They do this stuff all the time, so they've got this.
Yes, so
It's-
I'll go ahead and start. First, I want to say it's an honor to be the chair of the ERC committee, which stands for Energy Resource Research and Technology. And it's been a very busy year for our committee, in spite of COVID. It's been a lot of fun too. We've continued to work on the portal for the regulators, and you guys, thank you so much. In July, you filled out another survey on what your important topics were that we wanted to include in that portal or change for the next year, and we really do appreciate that. Also, what we've done is we've already conducted 2 wonderful webinars. They've been well attended, over 100 people. In some cases, it goes up to 150. But we had the flaring reduction and methane monitoring in August 28th, and it was there was 3 speakers, and they did a wonderful job, and it was just well received. And then we also, earlier in the year, before that, we did one on produced water in conjunction with another committee. And that was really good. We do plan still to have 2 more webinars. We haven't got the exact dates or anything and got all the details on them, but one's going to be in seismic. And then the other one, we're working with the Society of Petroleum Engineers, who I'm very close with and are on a number of their committees. And matter of fact, the thing behind me there, Motivate, Inspire, and Educate, that came from one of the committees that I'm on at SPE. But anyway, what was great about it is they want to join us, and we're working with them anyway to get them to help work on joint webinar on like cementing and some of the other topics that we need we want to help the regulators become more knowledgeable. And it was really interesting though, the beginning, about was March, it was right before the COVID thing occurred. Lori and the committee and all came to me and they said, Lanny, we would love to have an EOR CUUS workshop in the fall. And I got real excited because that's mostly what I've done most of my career. And I started thinking, and of course I'm pretty networked in that space with the CO2 conference. Steve and Mel's are out there, but then really the person that came to my mind that would be great at this was Chuck Fox, and he's going to be our speaker today on the topic that we've laid out here, and it's going to be on CO2 CUUS EOR CO2 flooding, and really the operators in the know. And Chuck is currently the CEO and founder of Windy Cove Energy, which develops oil and gas projects in the horizontal San Andres play of the Permian Basin. He also, and this is where we worked together on he was the vice president of operations engineering for Kinder Morgan CO2 company. He was responsible for operating a 1.2 BCF per day McElmo Dome and Doe Canyon CO2 source fields, over 1,000 miles of CO2 in crude oil pipelines in the Sac Rock, Yates and Katz oil fields, where over 50,000 barrels of oil per day. What was interesting is when Kinder Morgan bought Shell, they didn't produce any oil at all from CO2 flooding. And now, after Chuck and a few of us other helpers, they produced over 50,000 barrels of oil per day. It was just great. Chuck, prior to Kinder Morgan, was at Shell, and that's where we've also worked together. But really, what he has been so good at starting out the CO2 conference in Midland every year with a joke or something of that nature, and he always was really inspirational. But he is also co-author of the practical aspects of CO2 flooding at the and he's also an SP distinguished lecturer, and he holds a BS in mechanical engineering from Rice University, very good university, and MS in petroleum engineering from Stanford University. And he's professional engineer registered in New Mexico in Texas. And I'm going to give it to Chuck from here so he can start his presentation. Chuck?
All right. Thank you very much. Are you all hearing me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
All right, good. I'm ready to go. All right, so ready to go. Click it and there we are.
Yeah.
All right, now we're on our way. So I'll start out here, and thank you very much for Lanny for that great introduction. There's nothing I like to talk about more than CO2. You'd be very lucky if you don't get next to me on an airplane. But thanks for the opportunity, and we'll talk about carbon capture, utilization, and storage, and EOR, and how all this can come together, and some of the regulations regarding that, which I'm a little concerned about, because I know some of the people that wrote these regulations are listening to this. In any case, let's start out by providing a definition of carbon storage, and I'm going to go to the U.S. Department of Energy. They came up with a definition a few years ago I will ask, did I turn on my camera? Hope I did. Anyway, carbon storage can be defined as the capture and secure storage of carbon that would otherwise be emitted to or remain in the atmosphere. The idea is to keep emissions produced by human activities from reaching the atmosphere by capturing and diverting them to secure storage, and or to remove carbon from the atmosphere and store it. And it involves basically capture, then transportation, and then storage to a site. And then, so what's CCUS? Well, here we're adding the concept of utilization. And this is CCUS technologies involve capture of CO2 from fuel combustion or industrial sources. You transport it by ship or pipeline. I'm not going to talk about ships today. And then you use it as a resource to create products or put it in the ground. And I think it's CC utilization and or storage. You could take the CO2 and make other substances like plastics, concrete, biofuels. But what we're going to talk about today is the use of CO2 to make oil. And here's a picture of the United States. It's a map that shows in a broad brush the CO2 related infrastructure. It's primarily in the middle of the United States. And in 2014, which is the last year that the Oil and Gas Journal made its EOR survey, over 250,000 barrels of oil a day were produced due to the injection of CO2. And that's over and above the old water flood declines. And you'll see a lot of the infrastructure here is in West Texas, rolling up through the Rocky Mountains. And it's both capturing CO2 from gas plants or ammonia plants and such things as this that are anthropogenic sources. And then these also underground sources that you really can't say are really doing much for greenhouse gases. But nevertheless, it was how the whole industry got started. We'll really quickly go over what CO2 flooding is, and then we'll go into the history of it. But first, we want to help you out into what really goes on. The common practice is to inject CO2 into an oil reservoir that's amenable to miscible CO2 flooding. And miscible means the CO2 and the oil mixed together without a phase change, or without an interface between the phases. And usually you put them into, like, say, a 5-spot pattern, which is a checkerboard pattern, or there's different patterns you can put in. And you use some water alternating gas ratio. So you call the CO2 gas, the water's water, wagging, you're going back and forth, water alternating gas. An interesting thing is that the CO2, when it's injected in the ground, actually isn't in the gaseous state. It's in what this dense phase, which has a lot of the characteristics of both of vapors and of liquids. And so look at what's happening here, going from the left to the right. In the injection well, you're injecting a slug of water, and in front of that, you have a CO2 slug that was injected before that, and then a water slug, another CO2 slug, and then you have this miscible zone. It's an area where CO2 has developed miscibility with the oil. CO2 and oil, they aren't on first contact miscible like scotch and water. You put them together, you don't see an interface. But as you push CO2 through the reservoir, it picks up oil, and it starts looking more like the oil. And then the oil that it bypasses some of the CO2 vapor, or not vaporized, condenses into the oil. Now the oil begins to look more like the CO2. And at some point, the CO2 that has oil in it and the oil that has CO2 in it, they look like the other substance and they become miscible. In the front of that, you've got an oil bank that you develop, and you push that off to the production well. So that's essentially what is going on. And we'll spend a little bit of time on the history of CO2 flooding, so you know where it's come and maybe where it might go. And it really began in earnest in January of 1972, and that was when Chevron began injection at the SACROC oil field. This was all going on in West Texas. A few months later, on the same pipeline, Shell started injection at the North Cross field. 2 years later, a small company, Orla Petco, began injection at Two Friends. And all of this CO2 was connected to natural gas plants located in the Val Verde Basin. And what was happening there, CO2 was being separated from the natural gas sales stream, and was being vented at these plants. The natural gas had a lot of CO2 in it, more than would meet spec for the interstate pipeline system or even the intrastate pipeline system. So it was removed in amine system, and it was vented. The CO2 was captured, dehydrated, and compressed, put in these pipelines. And they worked. And so that initial success, along with the energy crisis, which we almost can't imagine having an energy crisis today, but I'm old enough to remember my parents only being able to buy gasoline every other day. But with the energy crisis caused by the Arab oil embargo, that led the search for more and larger CO2 sources to expand the CO2 flooding, because that clearly was working, and it was a new resource that the nation needed. And then, so the major sources of CO2 and the associated pipeline infrastructure was developed in the late 1970s and early 1980s. And the industry developed McElmo Dome, Bravo Dome, and Sheep Mountain, and they are in Colorado and in northeastern New Mexico. And they were already known, these sources of CO2, because somebody had in the past had drilled into them and found very unfortunately found a non-combustible gas. Same thing happened with Jackson Dome in Mississippi. And those are all underground. So you're taking CO2 out of the ground, you're putting it back in the ground. It's not really doing anything for greenhouse gas emissions. But then there were also, say, the Enid ammonia plant serviced Oklahoma, you had the Great Plains coal gasification plant, which was a child of the energy crisis where coal is gasified and a byproduct is CO2. Anyway, this infrastructure was built, but with the oil price drop in 1986, the growth stalled. And there were a fair number of projects that continued to trickle out after 86, but they'd gotten so far along that they just couldn't stop them, they didn't think. But a number of US projects went from 3 in 74 to 29 in 1986, 39 in 94, and 65 in 2000. So there was an increase in the number of CO2 projects over the years. And then by 2000, people thought that, hey, we know how this works. The technical risks are known. And then from 2000 to 2014, the number of projects doubled. They doubled, but they were all smaller projects. The big ones had already been done, and they were sort of just, and they tended to be near the existing infrastructure that was built from the larger projects. There's been nothing that's gone on since 2014, and I have to wonder, is the industry going to sanction any of these long-term projects when the memory of the oil price just crashing from, say, $95 a barrel to $40 is in memory. And, a lot of the good floods have been done. So how does this work? We talked about how, you wag it, but it's essentially CO2 is like a solvent. Have you ever tried to get rinse oil-based paint off a paintbrush with a garden hose? That doesn't go very well. But so you don't usually use a garden hose with oil-based paint. You usually get something like turpentine, and you put that brush in a jar with turpentine in it, and you get that oil-based paint off. Now, propane, natural gas liquids, and CO2 can act like solvents in the reservoir, and they basically remove oil that's trapped in the pores during a water flood. We talked a little bit earlier about miscibility, and they're miscible. When they're mixed, they form one phase, and that's key to getting the most oil out. And it acts like a solvent. And we talked a little bit about first contact versus multiple contact miscibility earlier. Now, at one point in my life, I was selling CO2, and I love this type of plot here. And basically, if you inject more CO2, you're going to get more oil. If you put CO2 in contact with oil above this minimum miscibility pressure, which can be determined in a laboratory or estimated by calculation, you're going to move oil. So what this plot shows is it's one done by Mr. Hadlow, who was at Exxon. He did a simulation of the mean San Andres field in West Texas, and it was 2-to-1 WAG, 2 parts water to 1 part CO2, and he projected this out over 50 years. And what he found out, well, first thing that you notice is that the more CO2 you put in, the more you produce. And this is all in terms of hydrocarbon pore volume, which is related to original oil in place. Hydrocarbon pore volume is the amount of space in the reservoir that was taken up by oil upon discovery. And it's related, if you know something about the calculations, to oil in place by this B sub O, this formation volume factor, which accounts for the fact that in the reservoir, you recombine the gas and change the temperature and all that, so you can calculate stock tank barrels to underground barrels. In any case, and it's a way is often used to use hydrocarbon pore volumes, so you can scale to different fields, one to another, so you can make projections and compare things easily. So you see that with more CO2, you get more oil, but also it turns out that there's diminishing returns to a factor. When you go from 0.2 to 0.4, you increase 4% of the original in place. When you go to 0.6 to 0.8, it's only 3.25. So you just can't keep doing this forever. Eventually, economics get in the way. one of the big things that you talk about is, what do I have to do to start up a CO2 flood? And most of the equipment in the field stays the same. In almost all cases, you're coming in after a water flood, you have injection wells, you've got production wells, everything else there. And what do you have to do? Well, you have to beef up the gas gathering system, because CO2, when it comes to the surface, is in the gaseous phase. When it's in the reservoir, like I said before, it's in the dense phase, but really it's looking like a liquid down there. But in the surface, it's gas. It comes out on the gas side. And then you'll have to have a gas plant system, or beef that up. At least you have to, at minimum, put in compression to put all this CO2 back in the ground. You don't bring it to the surface and vent it. You capture all this CO2. It's in the pipes, and you compress it and put it back in the ground. You may decide to separate out the hydrocarbon gas from the CO2 and sell NGLs, sell hydrocarbon gas. You can do this several ways to, which would allow you to send your gas to an existing gas plant. And then you have to put in, obviously, a CO2 injection system in the field. And it's generally a higher pressure system. You're probably moving the CO2 around at somewhere near 2000 PSI in your pipes. So that's how this stuff works. I should say one more thing on verbally, is that the reason it works is that when you water flood a field, you have what you call residual oil to water flood, and that's probably 20, well, it's probably maybe 30-35% of the original in place is in the ground, because it's captured. It's an irreducible water or oil saturation. You just can't move it. But when you put the solvent in, you change that irreducible saturation, say, down to 2% or something. And so when you do CO2 floods, you expect to get 8 to 16% of the original in place out, more than you do with water floods. Okay, so regulations, that was been a big thing. And it's a big thing, especially for this group. And there's two sets of regulations that are related, very closely related, that regulate how you put CO2 in the ground. You have the old Class 2, is well known. This is where you inject fluids associated with oil and natural gas production. And these fluids are primarily brines. And the categories of wells are disposal wells, EOR wells, hydrocarbon storage wells, and these with the enhanced oil recovery wells, you've got brine, you've got fresh water, you steam, polymer, CO2. It's all regulated under these Class 2. But with the idea that, hey, we've got to, say, take CO2 out of the atmosphere or prevent CO2 from going in the atmosphere, maybe we can put it back in the ground. That was the genesis for coming up with Class 6 wells, where you inject CO2 into deep rock formations for the purpose of long-term underground storage or geologic sequestration. You can do a lot of the storage and what have you with Class 2 wells. And a thought process behind that is, you know a lot about your reservoir if you have been doing water flooding and that sort of thing. You know you've got a seal. You know that you know what the geology is, and you've already depressured this reservoir, so you know how much pressure you can put in, and all that leads to being allowed to use Class 2 wells that are in existence in a enhanced oil recovery field to assist with the geologic sequestration. But Class 6 wells, it's a different animal, and we'll sort of talk about that. So while the Class 2 wells are focused primarily on protecting drinking water, Class 6 have this other aspect of assuring long-term storage of CO2. And they address the unique nature of CO2. And of CO2 itself and of the long-term storage. And so we're talking about the buoyancy of CO2. It's lighter than water. We're talking about subsurface mobility. CO2 has a lot lower viscosity. It's when you mix CO2 and water, you create carbonic acid that can be quite corrosive. And then you have large anticipated injection volumes. So this led to an enhancement for the Class 6 wells. And there's some major categories here: siting, construction, operation, monitoring, testing, reporting, closure, financial responsibility. I mean, those are really the same things that we have on Class 2, but there's some big difference. And a lot of the difference comes in the siting. There are extensive site characterization requirements. And you've got to, you have to figure out an area of review, and then you've got to characterize the reservoir, but then you might find the area of review needs to be bigger because when you start to characterize it, you found that you need to look at a bigger area. One of the big things, I mean, you have to do geochemistry and geophysics and petrophysics and all these things. And this is in an area where you likely don't have a lot of information because it's not been explored and developed for CO2. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done. And you need to simulate the CO2 plume that for hundreds of years until it stops moving, or you just say, my gosh, that's just good enough. And what you find is when you go back down to the monitoring and testing, you've got to go out there and update your simulation, these big simulation programs. And I say, if I were to start a business and I was get into this simulating the CO2 plumes, I mean, you could give this to your grandchildren because it's just going to go on and on and on. So you've got a lot of monitoring and testing. You have wells, monitoring wells that are in the reservoir that you are injecting into. You've got monitoring wells that you're monitoring in the first permeable zone above the cap rock. There's just lots and lots to do. And it's very, there's just a lot to do with this. And the final thing, there's this financial responsibility that I don't know that, there's regulations and there's thoughts, but we've never really, I don't think ever said, hey, we're going to figure something out for hundreds of years. But you have to assure that there's availability of funds. So it's quite a big deal. But nothing that can't be done. This is everything that can be done. All the techniques have been developed for oil and gas, and that they're applicable in the Class 6 wells. So you can do this store CO2 under the Class 2 with Class 2 wells, but at some point, if the oil and gas activities go down to a insignificant amount become insignificant, well, you're going to have to do the Class 6, and there's got to be some type of transition. And I don't know what that would look like, but there is a thought process that, if you stop really producing a significant amount of oil and you want to keep going and keep storing, that there would be a way to transition to Class 6. We're a long way from that. We got to get some of these things going for a little bit first. Okay, so a question here is, does this even make sense? I mean, you're putting is this even carbon negative? Is that going to work? And the next couple slides here are from a presentation made to the Society of Petroleum Engineers in 2008. And there are people that are doing a lot more work on what I'm going to present some conclusions on, but I don't think there's just sharpening the pencils here. I think what I'm going to present is correct in scope. But so in 2008, when I was at Kinder Morgan, we took a look at, what is the carbon balance at the SACROC oil field, which is a 2.85 billion barrel oil field, original in place, produced more than a billion barrels of oil. I mean, it's a big one for the United States, and it's a large CO2 flood. And let's just take a look at this. And this was based on the California registry methods that were in place at that time. And I say mostly in that only when the California registry methodology would reduce the carbon emissions did we not use it. That is that at the time, this is in Texas, and at the time with the mix of electrical usage in California had a lower carbon impact than that in Texas. And so since we're in Texas, we use that. So let's just, kind of whip through this. This was a field that produced, nearly 30,000 barrels of oil a day. So it was a big oil field. It had a couple of gas plants in series that were connected to it. So it had a lot of stuff going on there. And the plant, the gasoline plant, old style gasoline plant was processing third-party gas. So eventually, in order to get a fix on the oil field and its activities, we pulled that out. But in any case, this is a summary of what was going on there. About 1 million tons of CO2 was being emitted or created due to the activities there. The biggest piece was purchased power. Next was the power plant. There was a 100 megawatt power plant that the oil field owned, and it burned the natural gas that it produced. There were reciprocating engines, flares, and heaters and boilers, venting, fugitive emissions, and then down to mobile emissions. It was calculated, but those mobile emissions went all the way down to, what are we doing on the lawnmowers for cutting the grass? I mean, it was pretty extensive. And what I learned from this is, first, there's not much vented. That's emissions. A lot of that's from maintenance. And in a CO2 flood with gas plants that are part of a PSM facility and places where you have in the field, you have vapor recovery units because everything's so big, there's not much being vented. What I found was it's burning stuff. You could neglect pretty much anything where you're not involved with burning things. But it was, you're required to do it 100%. So what was the response from this? Well, we figured out over the life of the field, 185 million barrels of oil would be produced. And we found from that 1 year snapshot that the CO2 equivalent emitted was 0.1 tons, that's metric tons per barrel of oil produced. And so we knew also how much CO2 was going to be produced or purchased, sorry about that. But let me say this, it wasn't necessarily anthropogenic. A lot of that was coming from an underground source that was produced just to get the CO2. There was an attempt to do from the capital emissions, which would, I think that'd be tier 3 today. I mean, how much, when you make a pound of steel, how much emissions came from that? Not very much in the total. So on this, purchasing 260 million tons, you had the direct and indirect emissions over time, and then sequestered was 139.5 million tons. So 92% is stored. And then some people said, some people have said, gosh, what if you burned all that oil, which of course you would, using the EPA number, I think 0.43 tons per barrel oil produced. That drops to about 48%. So no matter how you calculate it, this is a carbon negative activity if the CO2 is coming from an anthropogenic source. So look at the time scales here just real quick, and I'll end it up. How does this all work over long periods of time? Well, physical trapping dominates early. That is, like, you put it in the ground and you've got a cap, and the CO2 doesn't rise and go to the surface. Then in the next time frame, you get residual and solubility trapping. Residual trapping is this residual, like we talked about before. You have a residual oil saturation, residual water saturation. If you inject CO2, you have residual CO2 gets trapped in the pores. The solubility trapping, CO2 dissolves into water. That water actually is heavier than the other water, and it sinks. And finally, it turns into minerals. And then this is an estimate of the amount of time it takes for this stuff to happen, from 1 to 10 to 100 to 10,000 years. Oops. There we go. So what about pricing? And it's pretty key. CO2 prices are critical. They're the biggest single input into your costs. Nothing is more important in CO2 price than oil price. And we did a little calculation. You basically got to get to 20% rate of return without overhead. And why do you get to 20%? Well, by the time you pay taxes and G&A, you're down to about 10% after tax. And that's what society requires of just about any investment. And what it came out to was you needed, at a $50 a barrel, you need to get 1.6% of oil price. That is 80 cents an MCF at 50 bucks. And that's about $15 a ton. At $60, it goes up to about 2%. And that's about my number. Your CO2 price at the field needs to be about 2% of oil price, $100 a barrel. That's $2 per MCF, $50 a barrel oil price, $1 per MCF. And to get that into metric tons, you multiply that by 19. So a dollar per MCF is $19 per metric ton. So, would we ever do this? Well, if you can get 45Q, which gives you a $35 per ton tax incentive. So at 50 bucks a barrel, that was 3.5% of oil price. So that actually means CO2 would have a negative price. And gosh, your rate of return would go way up. And that is if your CO2 price hadn't changed. And we're going to talk about that. Why aren't things happening? And this is the real problem. This is about the end here. This is the real problem, is that it costs a lot of money to capture CO2. From a 2017 Forbes article, I was able to calculate that the capture cost is about $70.70 a ton. And even if you get $35 a ton tax credit, you're still left at $35 a ton. And you just can't make the economics work. Now, what does work is capturing, and this is from a coal plant. Natural gas plants would cost more because coal has the 13% of the flue gas is CO2, and with natural gas it's only 3%. If you have nearly pure CO2 and you're just going to capture, dehydrate, and compress it, you can do that for about 11 bucks a ton. So if you have nearly pure CO2, you can capture the price an oil field can pay. And that's, so the 45Q tax credits are going to allow people to take these types of fertilizer plants, ethanol plants, this type of stuff, and to be able to transport it farther. It's really not, probably, in my estimation, not able to hook it up to a coal plant. And this is a second to last slide. It's a abatement cost in terms of euros per ton equivalent, and it's negative. The negative numbers are things like efficiency gains. So you should just do those. And what you see out here is I've highlight the CC activities in red, CCS activities, and it's all kind of negative. Even a coal plant, new build with EOR is kind of expensive. And so that's why a lot of this isn't getting done. And this was before the Kemper plant that I had on the previous slide, really blew up. So here, so CCUS is challenged, but I will say this. We know, based on studies at SACROC and elsewhere, that CO2 is going to stay in the ground. And there was a study by the Bureau of Economic Geology that looked for leakage in SACROC at the surface or in the groundwater, and they couldn't find it. We know that CCS works economically in some cases. I mean, we've seen the Valverde Basin natural gas and CO2 separation plant help things start. The Dakota gasification plant supplies Canadian floods. They're picking up CO2 from the CVR refinery in Coffeyville, Kansas, and taking it to the Burbank oil field in Oklahoma. It works there. Ethanol plants in Michigan supply oil fields. All these work. They're kind of small. I don't think 35Q is going to quite get there. So what works is nearly pure CO2 sources near oil fields. And again, the tax credits are going to help transport it. But if CCUS, or CCS is to expand, we need more incentives or there's a technological breakthrough. And Oxy at our 4-hour class, they talked about direct air capture. I thought that was massively crazy until I did some calculations. And now I just think it's on the bleeding edge. And every time you do it, you get better at it. So maybe direct air capture will come in. And that's it for me.
Okay. Thank you, Chuck. Does anybody have any questions? I have no hands up right now.
I have a question, Amy, for
Okay,
Chuck.
just
Chuck,
quickly
you-
for
you
time,
didn't-
please.
Yeah, you didn't, okay. Am I on? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Yes, you did not address possible unconventional. Do you think that there could be some unconventional wells that we could also sequester CO2 in, Chuck?
Well, EOG is claiming success on it. You've got to get the CO2 cheap enough. They haven't. They're very secretive, and so you don't really know. But and this is where it's like huff and puff. You inject the CO2, you soak, and then you produce it back, and that's clearly technically successful. Absolutely technically successful. Whether or not it's economically successful depends a lot on how much the CO2 costs. But if it's negative, like with the 45Q tax credit, gosh, that could be the difference.
Right. Good.
I would have mentioned to the audience that we did do a workshop, about a 4-hour workshop a week or two or so ago, and we do have that. We do have that recording. We just migrated our website, so it is not on our web right now. But if you email me and request that, I can send that link over for you guys to check out the workshop that we did on CO2.
And I want to thank Chuck. He spent a lot of time putting that workshop together. And then, of course, this short version. Chuck, this is just a wonderful, you doing this for us. And you've done a wonderful job. And we appreciate this contribution to the regulators. And it's just awesome.
Yes.
Do we have any more questions?
Let me see. I do not show any questions. So we will go with the 15-minute break before we finish up the afternoon.
The Environment and Safety Committee focuses on oil and gas environmental and safety issues. The committee gathers and distributes information on legislative and regulatory developments, technological innovations, and effective approaches to environmental and safety management. The committee provides a forum for discussing the impacts of legislation and regulations, developing positions, and guiding states and industry through model statutes or regulations, handbooks, or other appropriate means. Over the last year, the committee sponsored a presentation on the National Petroleum Council study on CCUS, meeting the dual challenge roadmap to at-scale deployment of CCUS. Over the next year, the Environment and Safety Committee will be working on updating the IOGCC norm guidance document, which was published about 2 decades ago. Over those 2 decades, states have been very active in studying norm and T-norm issues associated with oil and gas development, especially with regard to potential new issues related to shale development. Many states, including Pennsylvania, North Dakota, West Virginia, and Ohio, and I apologize if I've missed somebody, have performed studies, and many have updated their regulations to address the increased generation of oil and gas waste associated with the shale boom. In 2015, the Conference of Radiation Control Program Directors, or CRCPD, provided recommendations to supplement their 1999 Part N Model T-norm regulations. And so they made a bunch of regulations with respect to unconventional oil and gas production. So this work group will probably be taking a look at that. I have an invitation in to Ruth McBurney, who's associated with CRCPD, and tried to get a CRCPD 2015 overview of that supplemental report. Of course, in 2020, in January, that notable scientific journal, The Rolling Stones, published an article which included a quote that compared production of formation water with norm to letting out the devil. So this is an appropriate issue, evidently, with respect to the state's interest as well as other interests. Some of the issues that I would imagine that this group would take a look at are whether and what adjustments might need to be made with respect to T-norm or norm associated with unconventional shale production, coordination across state boundaries and along regional lines. Also, I noted that there were a couple of articles that mentioned studies that indicated that testing methods for wastewater, the EPA recommended testing methods for wastewater for norm and T-norm may underestimate some measures of radioactivity because they focus on levels of radium in fresh water and don't work well with oil and gas waste. So that's something that we might want to take a look at. We'll be seeking volunteers for this work group, and I hope to have a good working group together and get a go on this project. We also would welcome any suggestions for other issues that this committee should take up over the next year or so. And today we have Ivan Wong, who will provide an update to us on the revisions to the state oil and gas regulatory exchanges induced seismicity primer. Ivan's a senior principal seismologist with Lettuce Consultants International in Concord, California. He's an internationally recognized expert in seismic hazard evaluations with more than 45 years of experience, particularly in the field of induced seismicity. Ivan has directed the seismic hazard evaluations of more than 700 critical and important facilities worldwide, including some of the largest seismic hazard evaluations performed in the US. Ivan has been involved in the education and implementation of the seismic risk assessment software HAZUS, H-A-Z-U-S, for FEMA in several regions of the US. He's been the recipient of numerous external research grants from USGS supporting the development of earthquake-related hazards. Ivan's been actively involved in the activities of several professional organizations, including the Earthquake Engineering Research Institute, where he served in numerous roles, including on the board of directors. He's also been and continues to be a member of numerous national and international scientific and engineering committees and panels. In 2017, Ivan was appointed to the California Seismic Safety Commission by Governor Brown. Thank you. Ivan, if you wouldn't mind getting us started.
Thanks, Leslie, for that introduction. Okay. Okay, good afternoon, folks. I'm going to be describing the primer that, by the way, you can tell someone is from the central and eastern US when they call it the primer, but that's okay. I'm from the West Coast and I call it the primer. I'm going to be describing the development of the primer that we started off, I think around 2013, and this was a collaborative effort between IOGCC and the Groundwater Protection Council. So I'm going to be describing this document, which hopefully won't get too boring, but I want to throw in some of my personal perspectives surrounding the development of the document and induced seismicity in general. When I started my professional career as a seismologist, cases of induced seismicity were really local issues. There was the induced earthquakes that were due to the impoundment of the reservoir behind Hoover Dam, and a few isolated cases in the US. Again, a very isolated occurrence that drew newspaper and media focus for a little while and then dissipated with time. Probably the most significant case of induced seismicity associated with the injection of fluids was the case of earthquakes induced at the Rocky Mountain Arsenal east of Denver. There's some non-structural damage. The earthquakes continued over a course of several years and drew the interest of both scientists as well as the public. But again, another sort of local issue. It wasn't until 2009 that induced seismicity really came both a regional and national issue. And that's because of the injection of fluids. Initially, induced seismicity in the central and eastern US, particularly in the state of Oklahoma, the news media would always associate these induced earthquakes with hydraulic fracturing, the process itself. Well, we know, of course, over the years that it wasn't that. It was really the injection of the wastewater associated with hydraulic fracturing, as well as just the wastewater that comes through the process of pulling oil and gas out of the ground. So as a result of this renewed attention and the fact that particularly state regulatory agencies needed to address the issue, particularly not only with operators, but also with the local news media, which was really bringing national attention to the problem. Again, IOGCC and the Groundwater Protection Council got together and produced the first primer. And so the document that we're currently updating right now should be done in the next couple of months. We've titled it Potential Injection-Induced Seismicity Associated with Oil and Gas Development. I'm sorry, that is the original title, a primer on technical and regulatory considerations informing risk management and mitigation. Very long title. Our first edition was in 2015, and then our second edition was 2017. We felt in 2017, because the rapid evolution of knowledge and research, that we had to update it. Well, in 2020, we realized also for the same reasons we needed to update the primer. And now we've changed the title to be a little more global in terms of its focus. And now we call it the Potential Induced Seismicity Guide, a resource of technical and regulatory considerations associated with fluid injection. So we're still on the subject of focusing on fluid injection, but in our previous two versions, we really had focused on injection from class 2 wells. This version, and I'll explain why later, now includes hydraulic fracturing seismicity, as well as a discussion of CCS. Another new aspect of the guide is that now we include our partners up in British Columbia and BC. So what's the issue? Thanks to one of my colleagues, Justin Rubenstein at the USGS, this is probably a familiar figure that many of you have seen over the years. This is the most updated figure that goes through 2019. As you can see, during the period 1973 to 2008, we've had in the central and eastern US, which is shown in the image there, 867 earthquakes that have been magnitude 3 or greater. That includes both induced earthquakes, which at the time prior to 2008 were not that prevalent. But since the beginning of 2009 up through 2019, we've had 3,642 earthquakes, again, of magnitude 3 and greater. So what's caused this dramatic increase in seismicity? And we now know, although it took a while, we now know this increase in seismicity was due to primarily the injection in class 2 wells, but to a lower level, seismicity induced due to hydraulic fracturing. So as you can see, 2009 shown here in the red, slowly the number of earthquakes magnitude 3 and greater has increased in number, such that around 2015, we peaked with about 1,000 magnitude 3 earthquakes in a year. But dramatically, as much as the increase has occurred over a relatively short amount of time, the seismicity has started decreasing also equally significantly. And that's because around 2015 and building up to 2015, the oil and gas industry and the regulatory agencies collaborated and put into mitigation measures that has resulted in a dramatic increase in the number of at least magnitude 3 earthquakes. And we'll get more into, what we think is going to be ahead of us in the next few years. So when we look at the number of significant earthquakes that have occurred in the central and eastern U.S., 2011 we had the Prague earthquake in Oklahoma, and which damaged some local homes and broke windows and cracked some masonry. And probably the most dramatic picture, and I'll show this in a slide, is that the turret or the tower at St. Gregory's University collapsed. That was followed by an earthquake in Trinidad, Colorado, south central Colorado, magnitude 5.3, caused some structural damage, particularly to unreinforced masonry structures, which we know are very vulnerable, as well as there was non-structural damage, including cracked chimneys, fallen chimneys, cracked masonry, broken windows, and fallen objects. We had a hiatus in terms of significant earthquakes until 2016. We had the Pawnee earthquake, which is the largest induced earthquake due to fluid injection that we've seen in the central and eastern U.S. or the U.S. as a whole. Damaged brickwork. The earthquake was farther away from any populated centers, so the damage wasn't as great because it was farther away. But it did do some damage. And then it was followed later by an earthquake magnitude 5 in Cushing, which also had caused damage to some buildings and fallen bricks. You have to realize in Oklahoma, obviously, and in parts of Colorado, earthquakes up to this time were not really considered much of a hazard. So a lot of the structures, particularly those built before modern building codes are very vulnerable and were not designed or constructed with earthquakes in mind. So Oklahoma, the inventory of structures is very vulnerable. 2012, we had an earthquake in Timpson, Texas, which drew a lot of attention, magnitude 4.8. I'll show some pictures of the damage there. Outside the US, the issue of induced seismicity is drawing greater attention because of events that have increased in magnitude and have caused more significant damage than we've seen in the US. In particular, China has had two significant earthquakes, magnitude 4.7 and 5.7 in Sichuan, China. This was due to hydraulic fracturing. And so the 5.7 is the largest earthquake we know about that is due to the fracking process itself and not due to injection. There's been a magnitude 5.5 recently in Korea that's due to geothermal activity. Actually, I should correct that. It's due to the injection as part of geothermal power enhancement. In Western Canada, unlike the central and eastern US, where the bulk of our seismicity is due to again, class 2 well injection, most of the seismicity in Western Canada is due to hydraulic fracturing. The largest event they've seen in British Columbia is a magnitude 4.6. So it's getting up there in terms of size and potential for damage. In contrast, in the central and eastern US, the largest earthquake that we have observed that has been due directly to hydraulic fracturing has been an earthquake of magnitude 4.0, considerably smaller, in the Eagle Ford development in southern Texas. So just to show some quick slides of the damage in the Prague earthquake, 5.7. This earthquake was sufficiently close to urban centers that the ground shaking was strong enough to do some significant damage. The Trinidad earthquake here, again, you have vulnerable structures that are unreinforced masonry structures like brick. And so often you'll see brick damage, brick facades fall off during the earthquake if the shaking strong enough. Here's the Timpson earthquake. We see a chimney in the interior of the house. Of course, if a resident had been there during the ground shaking, there could have been some injuries. Right now, there have been no deaths that have been associated with induced earthquakes in the central and eastern US. So I want to acknowledge the contributors to the Induced Seismicity Guide. The third edition, there's a lot of folks that have contributed to the guide, much larger group, I would say, than the first edition. I do want to shout out to, because this is an update, I want to give credit where due to the original authors of the guide, of the primer at the time. That was headed up by Rick Simmers, the Chief of Oil and Gas at Ohio Department of Natural Resources, who's now retired, as well as Rex Buchanan, who used to be the Chief State Geologist with the Kansas Geological Survey. There's also several members of the group that are still contributing that were were contributors in that first guide, so they've stuck around despite the amount of work. Leslie's one of them, Chris Nygaard, Hal McCartney, Ed Steele, Bob Warstall, Mike Nicholas, Tim Baker, and myself. We were, I think, the original group to start the guide, and for some reason we've stuck around through this third edition. Okay, what's the purpose of the guide? It's to provide primarily state and now provincial regulatory agencies with an overview of the current technical and scientific information about induced seismicity, along with considerations associated with evaluating the seismicity, managing the associated hazard and risk, and developing the response strategy. So the initial idea here was to help state regulatory agencies. But I think the guide has now come around to it's where it's used extensively in the U.S. by operators, oil and gas operators, but it's also garnered a lot of international attention. Because it's a guide and not a set of regulations, we're not intending to give specific regulatory recommendations to agencies, but we want to, the purpose of the guide is to really serve as a resource. So, and also, unlike some prior studies like from the National Research Council or EPA or Stanford or others, we're not giving a broad literature review. It really is focused on those issues that are relevant to regulatory compliance and to give guidance to regulatory issues. Again, as I stated before, in this third edition, we are now giving equal attention to hydraulic fracturing, and that's because of the increasing number of cases of hydraulic fracturing-induced earthquakes and what appears to be an increasing magnitudes of such events, with focus on Western Canada. Again, the largest event we've seen in the central U.S. has been only magnitude 4. But again, there's no guarantee that we won't see larger events in the central and eastern U.S. So I'm just going to go quickly, hopefully quickly, although chapter 2 is a bit of a long chapter. The first chapter is understanding induced seismicity. It's really sort of earthquake seismology 101. We have to realize that there really is no difference between tectonic or natural earthquakes and induced earthquakes. The process of the earthquake itself is the same. The way I like to view induced earthquakes is they are really tectonic earthquakes, but their occurrence has been accelerated by the man's activities. So, you know, if you give a seismogram of an induced earthquake versus a tectonic earthquake to a seismologist, we can't tell the difference. Induced earthquakes are shallower because they're occurring in the vicinity of injection activities. They're generally in the top 5 or 6 kilometers of the Earth's crust, like in Oklahoma. They're primarily in the top 6 kilometers. If you compare them to tectonic earthquakes in the central and eastern U.S., tectonic earthquakes generally extend through the full seismogenic part of the crust down to about 20, 25 kilometers. So the first hint that the earthquake may be induced is that, of course, it's occurring near injection activities, and secondly, that it's shallow. We talk about the hazards and risk. Of course, that's probably the most important aspect of induced earthquakes. So we talk about the hazard and risk. We talk about the differences between hazard and risk as they pertain to the effects of induced seismicity. The ways in which fluid injection might cause earthquakes, including the concept that really the main physical mechanism for triggering injection-induced earthquakes is increased pore pressure on what we call critically stressed faults, and we'll get into probably some gory detail there. The biggest hazard from induced earthquakes, of course, is ground shaking. If the earthquake is large enough, generally around magnitude 4, 4.5, it can produce damaging ground shaking to structures, infrastructures, if you're close enough. And it certainly is a nuisance. During the sort of the peak of the induced seismicity in Oklahoma from about 2009 up through about 2015, it really rattled the population of Oklahoma. Almost, you know, you would hear reports of earthquakes occurring at least once or multiple times per week. So in chapter 1, we talk about basic concepts of earthquake seismology and how it is relevant to induced earthquakes. You have to recall that most regulators or most people are not familiar with seismology, and so the purpose of chapter 1 is to provide sort of a layman's text on earthquake seismology. I think one of the most important things we talk about in chapter 1 is, what lies ahead in terms of future research, because it's really research that's going to be the key to our understanding of induced seismicity. And it's through that understanding that we can provide adequate mitigative measures. So, most importantly, again, induced earthquakes occur on shallow, critically stressed faults. What is the, how do we better identify these faults? What are the ground motions from induced earthquakes? Can the largest induced earthquakes in a particular region be estimated? Can we forecast these earthquakes based on either regional site-specific basis? And so there's lots to learn. A lot of tremendous research has been going on, but there's still a lot ahead of us. I think I'm getting behind. Chapter 2 focuses on techniques of assessing induced seismicity. Of course, local seismic monitoring and regional seismic monitoring is important. Understanding the injection well disposal zone conditions, evaluating causation by individual injection wells, hydraulic fracturing. Again, we're focusing here, fluid data, geological data, geophysical data, which I'll show later. Well design is important. And we also spent some time going through what the differences are between hydraulic fracturing and wastewater disposal. In terms of injection wells, fluid data is important. Volumes, rates, pressures, physical properties, chemistry, in situ fluid properties. Geological data is very important. The presence of faults, mechanical properties, reservoir thickness, and area of extent. All this information is necessary to build a model for induced seismicity. Now, again, I want to emphasize, causation for injection wells, you need sufficient pore pressure buildup from the disposal activities. You need to have what the EPA calls the faults of concern, which are just critically stressed faults. And then you need a pathway from where the injection is occurring, a pathway for pore pressure fluid to reach that fault. And I'm not talking about fluid, I'm talking about pore pressure increases. We know that some earthquakes, some induced earthquakes, can be as far as 30, 40, 50 kilometers away from the injection well, and still the earthquakes will occur. Well, that doesn't occur through fluid migration. That mechanism is through pore pressure, fluid increase, and what we call poroelastic effects. When it comes to hydraulic fracturing, much of the same information is needed, but additional information is needed when it comes to fracking. In situ stresses are important. They are also important in terms of the injection, but also the operational aspects of it, pumping rates, number of stages, average pore pressure, treatment pressures, friction reducers. All that is information that's important for evaluating the seismicity from fracking. So some of the differences between fracking and injection and disposal that are important in terms of the mechanisms are, fracking are intended to fracture the rock, but we know the earthquakes that come out of fracking are very small. It's only when the pore pressure effects from fracking reach a critically stressful. The pumping operation from fracking occurs over a very short amount of time, while maybe days to weeks, depending on the well completion. Injection wells occurs over months to years. So that's, that time aspect is very important. The amount of fluids in a fracture completion are largely stored in the fractures. although some volume of the fracture fluids is normally recovered soon after the treatment. So that's different for injection. Fracturing is very different from, injecting the permeable disposal zones. Usually in fracturing, you're injecting into a impermeable zone. So the bottom line is, unlike disposal well operations, hydraulic fracturing operations are followed by production operations, generally results in lowering of reservoir pore pressure in proximity to the well. Chapter 3 is devoted to risk management and mitigation strategies. We talk about the difference between hazard and risk, the strategies between managing and mitigating the risk of induced seismicity. Two basic risk assessment questions we ask is, how likely is an injection operation to pose an induced seismicity hazard? And what is the risk? What is the probability that you'll harm people or property if the seismicity is induced? And then we talk about some approaches to assessing and managing risk, and also some mitigation and response strategies. Chapter 4 is devoted to external communications. We felt this is a very important chapter because one of the probably the biggest challenges for regulators when induced seismicity became such an issue was, how do we communicate this hazard, this risk to the general public? How do regulators communicate to local officials, state officials? And most importantly, how do we communicate in a proper sense, present the science adequately and accurately? And so in this chapter, we devote on recommendations on how to do that. Just going to finish up quickly with some of the appendices. We have a large amount of appendices that we, again, are to provide some basic information for the reader. You can read them there. The state summaries, I think, is a very important compendium of some of the state regulations. So regulators can go there and see what others, it's a summary, but can go there as a start to see, what other state regulators are doing. And then we have a appendix on hydraulic fracturing, and as well as this appendix on CCS. On C, we have a number of case studies where the idea is to sort of provide lessons learned for some of the more prominent case studies that are there. In terms of CCS, we talk about, thankfully, in terms of, induced earthquakes, the events have been pretty small, generally less than magnitude 2, but there has been a case where we've seen a magnitude 3 earthquake. So we talk about CCS, and I think you can apply some of the main principles that we applied to injection induced seismicity. Okay, second to last slide. So the guide is meant to discuss induced seismicity related to underground fluid injection, related to oil and gas activities, and identify some strategies for evaluating and addressing the effects of such events. We talk about the management and mitigation of risk with induced seismicities, how they're considered, particularly at the state level, with specific considerations at local or regional levels. So one thing we wanted to emphasize, the approach we're talking about is there is no one size fits all approach. It's not feasible. Every local, regional issue is different. There's a lot of significant variability in local geology and site conditions, population, building conditions. And so you really need a site-specific approach. The Induced Seismicity Working Group, again, a collaborative effort between GWPC and IOGG. We recognize the science surrounding induced seismicity is undergoing significant changes, and that the guide has and will need to be updated to provide readers with the most up-to-date information. So, again, I think I want to emphasize that the decrease in seismicity in the central U.S. really is because of the collaboration between regulators in the oil and gas industry. And it's shown this collaboration has been very effective the past few years. And so the rate of increases, the rate in which earthquakes are occurring has fallen dramatically on an annual basis. And we're seeing significant earthquakes decrease in number. However, the scientific community is still debating whether there remains a potential for future significant induced earthquakes. We don't know. Is there a magnitude 5 or 6 earthquake out there in the future? There's still a lot of debate within the earthquake community US whether that potential exists. We certainly see the decrease in number of events. Outside the US, induced seismicity is a challenge in countries like China and Korea and other developing countries. Even in Europe, induced seismicity is still a challenging issue. And I give an example of a gas field in the Netherlands. So seismicity due to hydraulic fracturing unit in the US, particularly in Western Canada, may be the next big challenge for the industry. We have a lot to learn about induced seismicity, so we need to keep our foot on the pedal in terms of research and mitigative actions. Sorry, I went over. Thank you very much.
No, you're fine, Ivan. We do have a quick question from Bruce Hicks. Let me see if I can get him unmuted. There we go, Bruce.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Ivan, great presentation. Thank you. I was wondering if the magnitude of the largest earthquakes has decreased when you've seen this seismicity events increasing in a certain area. In other words, is it possible you have prevented the big one?
In general, I would say the answer is no. I think that's probably one of the most commonly asked questions. I mean, intuitively, you would think that's the case. I think one of the most classic examples, and it wasn't due to injection, well, it was due to injection, but it wasn't due to class 2 injection, was the case of Basel, Switzerland, where they were inducing earthquakes, thousands of small magnitude earthquakes, and they shut down the well, and the biggest earthquake, close to magnitude, or something about a 3.5, occurred afterwards. So, and I think the reason, and I'm hopefully answering your question, the reason is that once you inject fluid into the ground, you've built this pore pressure field up, and the pore pressure dissipates, but it takes a long time for it to actually decay and come back to a natural state of equilibrium. So as that pore pressure front moves out, and if you've injected enough volume, it could be months, and then as the pore pressure moves out and hits a critically stressed fault, you can trigger an earthquake. And we just don't know how big that earthquake can be. The size of the earthquake is going to be a function of the fault that you have that pore pressure increase. So it's really a guessing game. So yeah, hopefully I've answered your question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Thank you, Ivan.
Thanks, Leslie. Thanks, Ivan. Well, we are at our final presentation for the day, and it is our Public Outreach Committee. And I'm going to hand it over to the Public Outreach Committee Chair, Travis McCormick.
Hey everyone, I'm Travis McCormick. I'm chairman of the Public Outreach Committee, and I'm honored to join you all today as we've kind of been listening to some tremendous speakers from across the nation. Thanks Lori, Amy, and the entire IOGCC staff for putting this together. I know it's not easy. I look forward to at least sometime in the future being able to hold a committee meeting in person, but until then, I guess these virtual meetings will have to do. So if you're on the IOGCC Public Outreach Committee and you have any suggested speakers for next May, please reach out to me or Amy, and we'd welcome your participation and input to determine kind of what we want to go over. As for today, I'm excited to introduce our next speaker. It is Alex Epstein. He is an energy expert and the author of the New York Times bestseller, The Moral Case for Fossil Fuels. This book argues that if we take the whole picture, human flourishing requires that humanity use more fossil fuels and not less. It has been widely praised as the most persuasive argument ever made for continued use of fossil fuels, and won the Most Original Thinker Award for Mr. Epstein from the McLaughlin Group. He's been known for his willingness to debate anyone, anytime, and has publicly debated leading environmental organizations, including Greenpeace and the Sierra Club, about the morality of fossil fuel use. He has made his moral case for fossil fuels at a dozen campuses, including Harvard, Yale, Stanford, and Duke, his alma mater. And today he will be making a presentation called Fossil Fuels and Our Improving Environment. With that, I'll turn it over to Alex for his presentation.
All right, thanks. Travis, can you hear me? Just want to make sure. All right, and I think we have about 25 minutes to talk and then 10 minutes for questions. So I'm looking forward to that. All right, I'm gonna try to get gallery. I don't know if I can get you guys on gallery view, but it'd be fun to see everyone's face right now. I can just see Travis. Oh, it doesn't seem to be working. All right, forget that. Okay, so topic today is fossil fuels and our improving environment. And this is going to be about fossil fuels and environment, but above all, it's going to be about the subject that I think is the most important subject today for policymakers to think about, and that policymakers and everyone else generally consider to be the least important subject, and that is philosophy. So I'm going to be talking about what philosophy, particularly what environmental philosophy, I believe should be brought to bear on environmental questions. And I think it's pretty much the opposite of the philosophy guiding today's environmental decisions. And I think certainly the philosophy that will be guiding the next administration. So I just want to start off with a little clip. This is my former senator. I live in California, Barbara Boxer, and I was testifying in front of the Senate Environment and Public Works Committee about why philosophy, about my perspective, and she tried to explain to me why philosophy is useless, and I tried to explain to her why it's not. So let's hopefully this clip, since I have unentertained you with my incompetence at technical stuff. Apparently, here is me and Barbara Boxer.
Mr. Epstein, are you a scientist?
No, philosopher.
You're a philosopher.
Yes.
Okay. Well, this is the Environment and Public Works Committee. I think it's interesting we have a philosopher here talking about an issue.
It's to teach you how to think more clearly.
Well, you don't.
All right, so hopefully that makes up for it a little bit. Okay, so I just want to jump in. So here, I want to talk about this assumption that's guiding a lot. So this is a delicate nurture assumption that there's this delicate balance. It's sufficient, it's safe, it's stable. And on this view, and so this view is human impact is bad. When us impacting environment is bad, human beings on this view, we're what I call parasite polluters. So we just steal resources from the earth and then we pollute the earth. And so there's just an overall negative view of human impact. And the view is if we have significant impact, it's going to destroy the delicate balance and us with it. And you can see this with climate. The view is not just that we impact climate, which I agree with, but that we impact it and there's this delicate climate and it's all going to be disrupted and ruined, and then the world is going to end. And this is why you have polls where upwards of 50% of people think there's a real chance humanity will go extinct in the next several decades, or at least the next 5 decades, based on rising CO2 levels. And I'm arguing this is not actually based on science, any real science at all. There is real science that we impact the climate, not that the world is going to end. It's based on this delicate nurture assumption. And I think we really need to question this and recognize it's just completely false. I think the proper assumption about how the world works is what I call the wild potential assumption. So this recognizes the planet has the potential to be a human-friendly place, but in its wild, unimpacted state, it is not human-friendly at all. It's deficient, doesn't give us the resources that we need. It's dangerous, it endangers us all the time, and it's dynamic, it's changing, whether we impact it or not. And on this view, human beings, we can do negative things with our impacts, but we can also do very positive things. We are what I call producer improvers. So we can produce new resources that didn't exist. If you think about oil and gas, those are not just things that nature gave us. They were useless for all of human history until fairly recently. We produced them in the sense of we turned them from non-valuable into valuable. And that's what one of the things we do, we produce resources. That's why we don't run out. We keep running into resources as human ingenuity turns more and more raw materials into resources. The other thing is we improve. So it's possible for us to take dirty things and make them clean, and to take naturally dangerous things and make them safe. And so on this assumption, I think you have to recognize this is the truth about how the world works. Significant productive impact is a good thing. As long as it's actually productive, as long as it's creating value, not destroying value, it's necessary to make the planet a human-friendly place. And so with that as the starting point, I'm going to share 3 ideas about fossil fuels in our environment that elaborate on this wild potential view of our environment. So I'm going to summarize them, and then I'll just jump in with a little elaboration. One is our environment is naturally unsafe and unhealthy, requiring massive productive transformation or impact for us to survive, let alone flourish. 2 is that without reliable low-cost energy and machine power, human beings are too weak to productively transform our environment to a significant degree. And the 3rd is in the empowered world, that is where we use a lot of energy, human beings use reliable, low-cost fossil fuel machine power to produce an unnatural level of sanitation and climate safety. So I'm going to focus on this. Okay, so let's just jump right in. Our environment is naturally unsafe and unhealthy, requiring massive productive transformation or impact for us to survive, let alone flourish. So if we just look at this image, New York in the past versus New York now, and we ask, was the unimpacted New York a good place to live? And if you look at life expectancy or anything else back then, the answer is definitely no. People were very poor. And in particular, for our purposes, their lives were very dirty. Life was very unsanitary. It's all sorts of disease they couldn't deal with, all sorts of animal waste that gave them problems. They didn't have a lot of access to clean water, and they were perpetually endangered by climate. Or if you want to take a modern example, think about which of these environments is a better place to live. Now, if you look at North Korea versus South Korea, North Korea is one thing you can see from the night, and the rest it's dark. What does that mean? It means it's the greenest, one of the greenest places on Earth. If you view good environment, if you view being good environmentally as having a minimal impact on the planet, which many people buy into this idea, North Korea should be a great environment and South Korea should be terrible. But which is a better place to live, including in terms of cleanliness, in terms of sanitation, in terms of safety from climate? Obviously, North Korea is a horrible place to live. But the key I want to emphasize is because it is a natural place to live. We have this environmental philosophy today that fetishizes the natural and says that it's wrong for us to impact our environment, that it's bad, that it makes things worse. But the opposite is true. The natural environment is not a very human-friendly place, and we need to dramatically transform it. And so that brings us to point 2, how this relates to energy. Without reliable, low-cost energy and machine power, human beings are too weak to productively transform our environment to a significant degree. So this is a set of charts I call the hydrocarbons and human flourishing hockey sticks. Human flourishing means humans living to their highest potential, and hydrocarbons means hydrocarbons. And what you can see is that for most of recent history, the last 2,000 years, and this is true before, life was really bad for the average human being on this planet. He or she lived to be less than 30. The income was tiny. And the world could only support a very small population because people were dying off. And contrary to the idea that CO2 emissions just totally destroy the earth, CO2 emissions were non-existent. Evil fossil fuels hadn't plagued the earth yet in the conventional narrative. And so why is it? Why is it that life was so bad for so long? Well, it's because, and why did it spike up so much when CO2 emissions started spiking up? Not because the emissions themselves are so good, but because the emissions are an indicator of more and more use of energy. And energy is machine food. So that means more and more use of machine power for us to do things that we used to do using manual labor or couldn't do at all. We would then do using machines. But without machines, without machine power, human beings live in a manual labor civilization, and the flat part of these hockey sticks shows the result. And if you just think about the environment that means, it's dirty and it's dangerous. It is not a clean and safe place. And when we're thinking about policy, we really need to recognize this, because we can't have this false view that the environment is good until we ruin it. we need to recognize the environment is bad until we improve it. And what does it need to improve? Well, it needs a whole lot of energy, which brings me to the third big point. And this is the one I'm going to elaborate on the most. In the empowered world, human beings use reliable, low-cost fossil fuel machine power to produce an unnatural level of sanitation and climate safety. So why is energy so important to a good environment? Well, as I said, a good environment isn't natural. We need to transform the natural environment to be a good environment. And we can't do that as long as we just have our physical bodies, because we're too weak. We just can't do that much work. We don't have very much power. So what does energy do? Well, energy is machine food. So energy allows us to use machines to transform our environment for the better. And so the more of it we use, the more we can use machines to transform our environment, the more we can use machines to produce anything that we need to survive and flourish. So if you take the example of agriculture, a modern combine harvester can do, one person with that can do 700 times the work of the best manual labor in terms of reaping and threshing wheat. So you think, wow, we've multiplied our productivity by at least 700. Think about how much abundance that leads to in terms of food. And that's part of our environment. But even if we just want to focus on health and safety, what we find is the more energy we use, the healthier and safer our environment. So one example is clean water. People tend to think of water as clean until the fossil fuel industry impacts it and then they make it dirty. And part of what you want to do is refute some of those fallacies. But the main thing people need to get is no, clean water is not natural. Water is often naturally dirty, and it's often naturally distant. And so people spend tons of time, tons of manual labor in the unempowered world trying with minimal success to get clean water. Whereas in the empowered world, what do? Well, we have amazing machines that pump water from where it is to where we need it to be, and machines that purify water from a dirty to a clean state. So if we're talking about clean water, which is a key aspect of environmental quality, we need to recognize that a lot of energy use is crucial for clean water. But how often is that discussed? It's almost never discussed. So I want to emphasize this wrong environmental philosophy that has this delicate nurturer view of nature that views human impact as bad. This is destroying our policymaking because it's looking only at negative environmental impacts and ignoring the massive positive environmental impacts of energy in general and fossil fuel in particular. Now, the issue where this distortion most occurs is with climate. And I about 12 years ago now, 13 years ago, actually, I was introduced to some data about climate that really changed my life. And when I've told this data to others, it's really changed their perspective as well. And this is the data which you can call climate disaster deaths. So this is measuring how many people are dying from temperature extremes, from storms, from floods, from wildfires, which we're told are getting worse. We're told, well, fossil fuels are making them bad. It's making climate change and everything is getting worse. And I kind of suspected that that was exaggerated, but I had no idea of the actual truth, which is that our climate is safer than ever. So this is a graph of the data. And what this shows is as we've been using more fossil fuels, these climate disaster deaths have gone down. What you can call the climate death rate has gone down by a rate of 98% over the last century. Now, how is that possible? If you think with the conventional environmental philosophy, the anti-human environmental philosophy, that the earth is a delicate nurturer, it makes no sense because you just think, well, we can only impact things badly. But if you recognize that the earth is wild potential, then you recognize, yeah, it's possible we could be making things more dangerous. But the huge thing that fossil fuels and machine power do is they make us far safer from climate. How? Well, they enable us to produce a huge amount of climate protection. So we produce sturdy buildings and we heat and cool them, and we produce and power weather warning systems, and we produce drought relief. And this is all made possible by enormous amounts of machine power. If we're doing it with manual labor, then we're going to be like the people who spend hours a day just building the most primitive shelters and scrounging for just the barest amount of food. So the reason we're so safe from climate, the core reason, is we have reliable, low-cost energy that makes it possible for us to use abundant amounts of machine power to produce huge amounts of climate protection. And how often do you see this? People talk about climate danger. They say they care about the impoverished world. their vulnerability to climate. If you care about the impoverished world, you better make sure they have energy and machine power, because without that, they cannot protect themselves from any climate. And if you do have abundant machine power, you can protect yourself from virtually any climate. So it's just the wrong environmental philosophy is once again distorting people's thinking. So one way to think of this with fossil fuels and climate is the climate mastery benefits of low cost, reliable energy from fossil fuels. So this means our ability to produce climate protection and become masters of the climate, they have far outweighed any negative side effects. And we could talk about the future. You can ask about the future. But before we talk about the future, we have to recognize the present. Most people think climate is becoming more and more dangerous due to fossil fuels, and it's becoming safer and safer. For example, the latest data I have, 2018, 6,646 global climate disaster deaths. Think about that. There's almost nothing you can think of that has this few deaths. And yet we're told that we need to destroy economies. We need to starve billions of people. I mean, almost literally starve them. We need to produce less energy, and we need to switch immediately to what are currently unreliable sources of energy, all in the name of this climate disaster. And yet actually climate is becoming safer and safer, but we can't see it because we have this delicate nurture philosophy that's completely unscientific, but that is put forward as scientific. So when we're actually thinking about our impact on environment, we have to recognize that nature is wild potential. And what we have, that doesn't mean that we only look at positive impacts. And it certainly doesn't mean we only look at negative impacts. It means we look at the full impact of our actions. So one key principle and philosophy that's helpful here is that when we're looking at any issue, we need to look at the full context. We need to look at the benefits of something and the side effects of something. So when we're looking at climate, we should look objectively at, yes, how significantly are we impacting climate? But we really have to also look at how significantly are we making climate a lot safer. And so far, we have to acknowledge that's 100 times more significant, the benefits, than any side effects. So much that we can't even detect the side effects because climate is becoming so much safer due to abundant machine power that fossil fuels make possible. Another aspect of this issue I want to stress for decision making is when we're making decisions, we really need to be clear on what our ultimate goal is when we're weighing benefits and side effects. And I think our ultimate goal should be human flourishing. So human flourishing is human beings living to their highest potential. So when I think of the planet and the environment, I think of it as I want the planet to be the best human environment possible. That doesn't mean the whole thing is paved over, because that wouldn't be good for humans. But I think of it as, yeah, we want the place that human beings can flourish, that human beings can thrive. And that means massive amounts of machine power. It does not mean a natural environment. It doesn't mean an unimpacted environment. It means an environment where we have massive amounts of machine power that are continuously transforming this earth into a far more livable place. And I think if you take that human flourishing perspective on our environment, then you can make environmental decisions that are good for us now and that will be good for us in the long term. So just one final note to put this all in context of where we are. I've talked about how fossil fuels, if we look at our environment properly as not a delicate nurturer, but as wild potential, if we look so far, what they've done is make our environment far cleaner, far safer, far better overall. We have to put this in the context of where the globe is heading. And where the globe is heading is there are still 3 billion people who lack reliable low-cost energy and thus use almost no machine power. So if you take even just electricity, people using no electricity, this is over 10% of the world's population aren't using any. And then billions more are using amounts that we would consider totally unacceptable with very low levels of reliability. At the same time, we've got 2.7 billion people, many of the same people, who rely on biomass. That's wood and animal dung for cooking and heating. So if we really care about the environment globally, if we care about the human environment globally, we have to recognize that a lack of energy is a tragedy, and that should be environmental priority number one, to empower the world. The idea that we're obsessed with CO2 emissions and we don't care about people having energy and machine power is just a reflection of this completely bogus, delicate nurture view, where all we care about is let's not impact anything, instead of no, let's impact the world for the better. So it's actually so that billions of more people experience the earth in as livable a way as we do. So my overall evaluation of fossil fuels, if we look at the full context, if we look at it from this wild potential perspective or environment from that perspective, I think that fossil fuels environmental benefits far exceed its negative side effects. And I think if we look at the evidence going forward, which you can ask about in the Q&A period, that will continue to happen in the future. So we should be using more fossil fuels, not less, in the name of human flourishing overall, including in the name of a healthy and safe environment. So just one, if I were to summarize this all up, I'll just say that there's an anti-human environmental philosophy that's blinding us to the fact that our environment is improving and that fossil fuel energy is an essential cause. And so those of you, I know we have a lot of policymakers here, you need, I think, at least consider being guided by a pro-human environmental philosophy. And the three ideas to stress are valuing human flourishing, having that be the goal, recognizing that nature is wild potential, not a delicate nurture, and looking at the full context of benefits and side effects, not just looking at the side effects. And before I take questions, I'll just refer you to one resource, which is energytalkingpoints.com. This is a source, resource I've been creating and expanding for policymakers, for citizens to give very brief, quick, but very accurate and properly referenced talking points on virtually any energy and environmental issue you could want. So I hope you check that out. And then as well, if you are interested in resources for yourself and to share with others, please email me at alex@alexepstein.com, subject IOGCC, and I will give you a whole bunch of shareable resources, including some, I think, really useful videos that have been viewed by millions of people. And that'll get you well on your way if you find these ideas attractive. So again, I think we have an anti-human environmental philosophy that believes that the earth is a delicate nurture, that believes that human impact is bad. And I believe that if we care about human life, including billions of people around the world, we need a pro-human environmental philosophy that recognizes that the earth is wild potential and that human impact, if it's done intelligently and productively, is an amazing force for good.
Thank you. Travis? Do you have any?
No, just thank you, Alex, for joining us today. This was a really good presentation, and we appreciate your continued involvement in IOGCC.
All right, so it looks like no more questions. I guess I will leave then. But if anyone has any follow-ups, you can email me at this address, alex@alexepstein.com. And I hope if you send me an email, alex@alexepstein.com, subject IOGCC, I can send you a whole bunch of resources and we can stay in touch. So thanks for having me. And I hope that we get some more pro-human environmental policy thinking coming from this organization.
Thank you.
We now are going to turn it back over to Charlie Bird.
Can you unlock me to start? Ask me. Oh, wait, here we go. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Well, thank you very much. Look,
Loud and clear.
I know it's the end of the day, and we've had, gosh, such an outstanding general session. Let me just say how nice this is. It would have been better to have been in person and be heading out and chatting in our individual groups, but that's not afforded to us this go around. Let me say, please, just give me a couple minutes to say in closing, again, how much we appreciate our sponsors. And I want to go over them. I want to mention them again: XTO Energy, Occidental Petroleum, Devon Energy, Williams Companies, Marathon Oil Corporation, and the Environmental Defense Fund. How nice it is that they were able to participate with us financially to help us do this. In closing, please just let me say thank you so much, Lori, Amy, Cynthia, Bian, Bay. We appreciate everything you've done so much. To our committee chairs, oh my gosh, Kim, Eric, Lanny, Leslie, and Travis, wonderful, wonderful array of speakers that we had with us today, second to none that we've ever had. So I want to thank you so much for that. And of course, if you missed Governor Burgum's comments, how enthusiastic he is about our industry, and it is always great to hear him speak. And he has been a wonderful chairman the last 2 years for the IOGCC. I would say this, with your permission to chat just one more second. You know, back in late 2017, they asked me about taking a leadership role in IOGCC. I was a little hesitant, but you know, I'm so glad I did, because I just didn't realize then what I know now, that what a wonderful pathway it's been to a tremendous amount of learning and growth for me personally. And I just want to thank each of you out there for entrusting the vice chair, the second vice chairmanship and the first vice chairmanship to me. I'm blessed and honored to have so many friends that I've made over the years, and this may be the last time I get to address a lot of you. So these friendships are everlasting, and they really give tribute to you, not me, for all the help that and guidance that you gave me. To my steering committee, Wayne, Lynn, Nick, Larry, Adam, John, Jeremy, and Adrian, please simply thank you for all of your help and support. And again, I just say I'm going to pass this baton tomorrow after the business session to my great friend from Texas, Wayne Christian. He is well versed to be an outstanding first vice chairman. And for me, this isn't the end. You're going to see me around. I plan to, given the opportunity, still stay engaged and come to meetings and be part of the organization. It's just kind of who I am and who I want to be. So thank you all so much for that. And my last comment will be, all you state representatives out there, please do not forget tomorrow, 1 o'clock Central Time, is the concluding annual business session. Is that correct, Amy? That's it, right?
Yeah, the business session's tomorrow at 1 o'clock Central Time. Again, official reps, make sure you register. So
Yep, make sure you register and be there. And that meeting's an hour and a half or so long. So
yes,
make that one a little quicker than today.
yes.
Thank each of you for your participation in IOGCC in this conference, and give a lot of support to our staff. They're working very hard for us.
Thank you, Charlie. I think with that said, you may adjourn the meeting.
With that, we will adjourn, and thank you all. Be safe, and I thank you again. Bye.
Thanks for joining, everybody.